Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Google DeepMind Challenge match, live from the Four Seasons Hotel here in Seoul. I'm Chris Garlock, joined by Michael Redmond, 9-dan professional.
Hello.
I don't know, but I didn't sleep too much last night. Just a great game for the first match yesterday. I know folks were watching around the world. An exciting game. His history was made. And we are so privileged to be here for the second game today. We're going to do a little bit of a pre-show. We were not able to get all our material into the show yesterday because the game
was
moved
moving
along
quickly, yeah.
So I wanted to get a chance to ask you to give us a little background on Lee Sedol. And,
yes. Well, Lee Sedol has been a formidable player for about two decades, 20 years. And coming into this century, he was taking a lot of international titles. So he was, for several years, he was sort of the undisputed top player in the world. And even in recent years, he was among the top 5 at least. So he was, I think he was sort of going back and forth from the top 3 to the top 5. And then sometimes when he got an international title, he was on the top. Because the rankings that people talk about are usually centered on the international tournaments. Because those are the tournaments where you get the strongest players from all of the top countries.
Strengths, weaknesses, characteristics, things that you'd be looking for?
Well, Lee Sedol himself, he says that he has a weak opening. And he's such a strong, formidable player that most people don't agree with him. But he does tend to make the opening shorter.
Okay.
And sort of dive straight into a big fight. That's the type of game he likes to do. And so that's sort of consistent with his idea that he doesn't like to play the opening.
Right.
But he has really strong fighting tactics. And so he's a very strong fighter, and he likes to get into a fight quickly.
And we saw that yesterday.
Yes, and so some people would call him over-aggressive. But usually his fighting has some reason to it. Like he knows that he's within a safe range, that he's not going to die or something like that.
And he's not just picking a fight for the sake of picking a fight. He's got a...
Well, he also has a very speed-oriented game, so he's trying to sort of speed ahead of his opponent, taking more territory, taking more influence, doing something more efficient than his. And that's the whole thing of the game. It's one of the basics of Go that since the pieces are all the same, you want to use them efficiently, the stones. So he's trying to, by being a bit aggressive, he's trying to get his stones working more efficiently than his opponent's stones.
So let's flip over to the other player, AlphaGo.
AlphaGo.
You have a little more information now with that.
Well, after one game of this match.
Game.
Well, starting with my impression of the October games, which are 5 months old now, AlphaGo is playing a very slow, very conservative opening. And AlphaGo seemed to be getting gradually stronger as the game progressed to the end of the game. And so I was wondering if maybe the opening could be its weak point, because there were so many variations that it had to handle in such a large world of possibilities in the game. So looking at its games this time, I noticed that in the first game it was playing star points again, same as it did in October. And star points tend to be relatively simple because the joseki, the corner sequences that derive from star points are relatively simple. They're limited and they're relatively simple. So playing star points tends to keep the game fairly simple.
Okay.
But it's reasonable that it's doing this with white because with white, since black has the first move, black has an initiative, black is thought to have an advantage in a fighting style opening. Okay. And so it makes sense for white to be playing a kind of a conservative opening, playing star points, and avoiding an immediate fight. And so it makes sense for white. I'm interested to see what AlphaGo does with black when it has more initiative to take. And basically, with black, AlphaGo will be able to choose the opening. And we already know that it's very strong. It's the strength of a top pro already. But so it's a case of style. What kind of style will it choose to play? And since it's taught itself, it probably has its own ideas of what is the wise way to start the opening. So I'm interested to see what it does with black.
So having seen this game yesterday, 5 months after the games last fall, what's your feeling for AlphaGo, and what are you going to be looking for in the game that's about to begin?
Well, in the 5-game series in October, I saw some brilliant moves, and then I saw some mistakes.
Right.
And the gap between the ability there in certain moves is what made it look like a artificial program to me. What made it look like a computer. In this first game, I saw one move that was a local mistake, definitely a mistake. But that was after AlphaGo already had a lead in the game. And so I think that was sort of a mistake that AlphaGo considers allowable. And so I don't count that the same as some of the mistakes I saw in the five-game match in October. So I'm still waiting to see if it does make any mistakes in important positions when the game is in the balance.
And we had actually had breakfast with some of the team folks, and they asked a lot of questions. We asked them a lot of questions, but one of their interesting questions was they had asked about the mistakes, but they also wanted to know whether you had seen any unusual or some interesting moves coming from AlphaGo.
Well, White 102, I think it was, the invasion on the right side was a very sharp move, but actually it was a move that I would be, if I was black, I would be worried about that and thinking about it beforehand. And I think a top player would be thinking of playing that move, and it would depend on the reading. So it didn't look like, I think that might be a move that some people were calling a move that humans wouldn't think of. But to me, it looked like it was a move that a strong player would consider. And it was a move that I was actually worried about.
Well, and Lee in the press conference afterwards talked about that it had made some moves that he was shocked by, and we're pretty sure that it was that move. And
yes.
But you're saying it really was not a shocking move, it's maybe more of an unexpected move.
Well, I think that if I was playing against a top player, one of the top players, I would be expecting stuff like that.
Okay.
So maybe Lee Sedol was still thinking that the computer would be a little weaker than himself. And when AlphaGo played that move, 102, he suddenly realized it was actually top-level pro strength. And so I did see a bit of surprise or some kind of emotion, a little laugh in his face. So there was a reaction to that invasion on the right side.
All right, so that wraps up our little pre-game show here. We will go ahead and get the game started and be back with the full analysis. And again, we'll be here for the duration, and we appreciate you watching. Thanks so much. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, be right back.
네, 안녕하십니까. 오늘 심판을 맡은 프로기사 김성래입니다. 이 대국은 중국 룰을 적용하며 검은 7집 반입니다. 제한 시간은 각자 2시간에 60초 상내입니다.
Good afternoon. I am today's referee. The match will be in Chinese rules with 7.5 points Komi. Time limit is 2 hours and 60 seconds 3 times.
오늘 대국은 이세돌 구단이 100번, 알파고가 흑으로 대국을 하겠습니다.
Lee Sedol is white and AlphaGo is black.
네, 지금부터 대국을 시작해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please start the game. Hello and welcome to day 2, round 2 of the Google DeepMind Challenge match, live from the Four Seasons here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Chris Garlock. With me is Mike. Did you get any sleep last night?
Oh, actually, I was so tired I went straight to bed.
And just again, for those of you watching, and I know there are many of you out there, an incredibly historic moment in the first round yesterday with AlphaGo forcing a resignation against the top players in the world. And they're back at the board for game 2. We will be with you the entire way calling this. And again, you can tweet us at the AGA, and we will try and respond to those. And for those folks in North America staying up late to watch, I know, again, there are viewing parties all across the country. We appreciate you out there, and for everybody else around the world, thanks so much for watching.
Yeah.
So, Michael, sort of a quick, we're going to be moving with the game. It moved faster than we expected yesterday.
Yes.
And so that was we're going to really work to keep up with that today.
I'll try to do that, yeah.
So thoughts on yesterday's game? When we came in, we studied the games from the fall pretty intensely. But is this a new AlphaGo? AlphaGo 2.0?
It's definitely fewer mistakes from the professional viewpoint, and I think is even stronger than it was towards the end of the game. So I think it's just gradually moved stronger. I think in the first game, Lee Sedol was trying something very unusual in the beginning. Basically, trying to see if he could throw the program off, but it didn't work. And so actually, Lee Sedol was playing something that he didn't usually play, and maybe it was a disadvantage to him. And he did say later that he had lost the game because of an overplay in the opening.
It's like move 7, I think. Right?
Well, I don't think he was referring to 7. He might have been referring to 27.
27.
A move later in the fight. But in either case, he got into it became difficult for him to save the game. So I think in a way he might have been underestimating AlphaGo, and he's going to change his tactics. Well, first of all, Lee Sedol is white in this game, so he is sort of forced by that to play a less aggressive game. But in the third game, we'll be seeing him playing with black again, and it'll be interesting to see how I'm expecting he'll play a more usual opening.
Okay.
And just play his own game and forget that he's playing a computer. Because AlphaGo is really looking just like a top pro. It's looking like a really tough opponent. And at this point, we aren't seeing any sort of weirdness that one might expect from a computer program.
Right. Yeah, there were times yesterday where I just sort of forgot it was just this game, and it seemed like two players playing, and it was.
Well, I'd say if I say anything about AlphaGo that is not normal is maybe the way it handles a game when it thinks it is ahead.
Yes.
Because I did see some sort of strange-looking moves towards the end of the game, when actually it turns out AlphaGo was already thinking that it was going to win the game. Looking at from the objective viewpoint, I think that AlphaGo was probably right at that point. although it was still very difficult for me to see that while doing the commentary.
Right. We're actually going to have a visit in a little bit from one of the team, and we'll talk about exactly that point from the inside. So one of the great things about being here in Seoul is that the DeepMind team is here, and the chance to literally we had breakfast with some of them and to really kind of talk to them about it and sort of get an inside view was invaluable. Now I know you're probably itching to start talking. Can you just, for those of you that are just tuning in for the first time to this game, tell us what's the basic goal in the game of Go?
Well, one of the goals, the basic goal, I guess, would be to surround territory.
Okay.
So you have some black stones here in the upper side of the board. This stone, in a way, you could say it controls this area between the stone and the edge of the board. I wouldn't be calling it black territory yet, but it's a beginning of a black territory that eventually, if black adds stones to it, like this, for instance, this would be looking more and more like black territory, and then eventually walls would arise around this area to make it complete territory.
I see.
Again, we see that the edge of the board is making kind of a natural wall to help black surround territory, so that's why the players usually start their first moves close to the corners of the board.
Okay.
And they just, this is AlphaGo. AlphaGo played here. So far, AlphaGo's strategy is quite similar to what it was doing in October with black, only it played 2 star points. So it has played 1 3-4 point. This is a point where it could have changed its strategy to playing a Chinese opening, or this is one that's called the Kobayashi opening. It was sort of invented by Kobayashi Koichi, or at least he developed into an opening that people had trouble beating for a while. And it's still a very popular opening. So this is one thing that can be done. Another thing is just since you play a 3-4 point, it's a good move to play an enclosure here to start making territory. Although the direction of the stones is usually black stones on the right side and white stones on the left side, this is the same seki, the same opening almost as one of the games that Fan Hui played AlphaGo. In that game, AlphaGo had 2 star points like this. So this corner, white is just played underneath. If black plays here, which is a popular move, and I'm sort of expecting, a professional nowadays would play this move. I don't know if AlphaGo will. AlphaGo did against Fan Hui.
Okay.
This was maybe the 2nd game of the series that they played in October. And actually this developed into what's called the Nadare Joseki, which translates to avalanche.
Yes, yes.
And it's avalanche, but he didn't do that. Let's call AlphaGo he for the time being. Okay, so AlphaGo chose to cover here. I think it had a bad experience with avalanche in that game, so maybe it decided to...
And it learned, which...
A kind of a trauma there.
Okay.
So after this, the local Joseki is either this one, in which case the Joseki rook will have you playing like this. In more modern games, sometimes black goes all the way to play the Kakari here, and if white answers, something like this is quite popular nowadays.
And again, creating kind of a structure there,
a larger
territory-looking kind of a thing.
It's not territory yet, but it's difficult for white to jump in. Otherwise, locally, the solid connection is also a popular move, something like this. Otherwise, black can play tenuki once. That's playing elsewhere. Tenuki is the meaning is you're skipping a move or just leaving it for the time being. And that would be usually a play like this, for instance. Black could sort of revert to the Kobayashi style, which I was talking about earlier, sort of like this. This is one thing that black could do, just calling this maybe a kikashi, or a good forcing exchange. The exchange here in the corner, these 2 black stones for these 2 white stones, is actually, it's giving white some territory. So it's a loss in territory for black, but it's gaining potential towards the side and center of the board. So people are divided in how they judge this, actually.
Interesting.
I'm a person who likes to play this exchange to gain speed, actually. It's a speed gaining maneuver, because white has to, after white cuts here, white does have to, the game has proceeded to this point. At this point, black can still play on the left side of the board, like I was showing here. Or black can come back to this if he wants to.
It's all a timing question too, right?
Well, yes, locally this is a good move always.
Okay.
And this is also a feasible move also. But it's a question of whether black wants to play this first on the left side. If black plays elsewhere, of course, white always has the option of cutting here. When white does that, black still has the option to pull out here. So let's just assume black plays elsewhere. We can see that it's taking white a lot of moves in this local part of the board to really finish black off here. And so the idea is to allow that to happen and be playing all over the board otherwise. So that's one way black can take the game. Otherwise, black can play this on the lower side and sort of try to finish the joseki here. That's a set order of moves in a corner.
And you like this kind of speedy development, right?
Well, I would tend to play on the left side and try to use the board as a whole, use a lot of space in the board, and allow white to take a local profit. But that's just my style. At this point, it's hard to say what the correct move is. There's a lot of choices you have. This opening, black just played this here. This opening in which black, if white answers like this, black extends here, was actually extremely popular a couple of decades ago. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of games like this in AlphaGo's database, actually. So we're going to have a guest from Google coming in to speak with us about some of the things about AlphaGo.
How are you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
So we've been joined by Dore Krepel. Did I do okay with that?
That's okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to keep practicing that. From the AlphaGo team, it's just a real honor to be here in general, but also to meet so many of the team. They've been very available and just around, and I have to say, for people that have done this, pretty darn humble.
Yeah,
or are they just putting on a net?
It is a fantastic team, and it has been a great privilege working with these folks. It's really a phenomenal effort and really culminating in this event here in Seoul, and with a formidable opponent to play against who has such a phenomenal track record, and it's just amazing.
You guys must have been just incredibly thrilled yesterday. I know you were watching, of course, during the game, and probably just right, but it must have been a big moment for you.
Absolutely. So we met in the team room, and we discussed and we hugged each other, and you can imagine those kinds of things. Thinking about what the impact of this event might be for the greater world out there, and yeah, it was a pretty phenomenal day.
It's an amazing achievement. As a longtime Go player, and Michael can tell you, I mean, we really thought this day was a long way off. So and to come this far and frankly this quickly is just amazing.
Yeah, I'm amazed myself. I had a chapter in my PhD thesis many years ago on trying to solve life and death problems in Go, and that was maybe 15 years ago or so, and and then 15 years later, this amazing development takes place. It's pretty amazing.
So before I turn you over for Michael, who has some sort of game questions, you had a story about your first exposure to the game. You're a Go player yourself.
That's right. Yeah, I'm an amateur player. Used to be a 1-dan player. Not sure about that anymore. Got a bit rusty, I suppose.
I'm gonna make you an honorary 9-dan. What the heck?
And so about a year ago, I joined Google DeepMind in London, and it was my first day of work. And as people are, the first day I was a bit nervous. But David Silver, who's the team lead on the AlphaGo team, he had the suggestion that I could play against one of their neural networks they had been training to play Go. And I thought, a neural network, how difficult can it be, right? It cannot even do reading of positions, it just does pattern recognition. So I sat down in front of the board. A small crowd had gathered around, and I was beginning to play. And slowly over time, I saw my position deteriorate. And I thought, what's going on here? This is just a neural network. How can this be possible? And Yes, even at that point, about a year ago, these neural network alone, which is only one part of AlphaGo, already had this amazing ability of recognizing patterns, responding to patterns, all learned from doing machine learning on a database of game records that I ended up losing. And I tried again, and I lost again. And
that must have been a shock.
But at least at that point, everyone in the office knew me, and so I had a good introduction.
Amazing. Wow. Michael, I'll turn the
Okay, yeah. Well, I
over
had some questions about the game because a lot of the what I conceived to be mistakes were basically towards the end of the game when AlphaGo was looking to be ahead in the game, actually. So I was wondering how AlphaGo, for instance, when AlphaGo played a move that captured 2 stones here, which I didn't like. I thought it was a slow move. And at that point, I was thinking that the game was sort of hanging in the balance, pretty close. And it played that move that looked really slow to me. So could you explain how AlphaGo is thinking when it plays moves like that?
Yes, so that's an interesting effect that has been observed by other players as well. And I think the most extreme version of it is that this class of algorithms tends to result in very close outcomes. So it doesn't even only happen in those middle game situations, also more and more towards the end. And the reason is that AlphaGo tries to maximize its probability of winning, but it doesn't care at all about the margin by which it wins. And so if 2 options present themselves to AlphaGo, one in which it would win by 20 points with 80% probability, and one where it wins by 1 point or 1.5 points with 90% probability, it would go for the 1.5 point with 90% probability because that's still a win, and that's all it cares about. And so it doesn't know about optimizing a margin. I think as humans, what we're trying to do is we're trying to improve our situation and edge out more and more of a score margin to just be on the safe side.
Yes.
And AlphaGo only does this to the degree that it actually improves its probability of winning.
Okay, so when you see a slow-looking move, that's maybe an indication that AlphaGo thinks it has a good chance to win.
Yeah, that is a little giveaway.
A little tell. We're looking for a tell.
Of course, that's only according to its internal evaluation. So it constantly has an estimate of what it thinks its probability of winning is, and it's based on that estimate.
Ah, yes. That's really interesting.
So another thing that we realized when we were talking to the team members, and then also just getting a lot of emails and tweets and everything, was that there's a sort of feeling that you guys are in the room, kind of tinker. I mean, that this machine's not necessarily running exactly on its own, but that's really, really wrong.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what we say in the team, the die has been cast. We prepared a version for this event and we tested it thoroughly, and at some point we had to freeze it, a very painful process because we had so many more ideas of how to improve things. But we did freeze a version, and that's the version that is now playing. And we're not interfering with it. I mean, we're controlling it, we're making sure that it has all the computational resources that it needs to run. With some extra redundancy to make sure if something goes down that we have a backup. But that's it. We're hands off. We can really only watch the game just as anybody else here with anticipation of what's going to happen. And of course, the other interesting effect is that although we have programmed this machine to play, we have no idea what moves it will come up with. It's the moves in some sense are an emergent phenomenon from the sets and training algorithms for this algorithm to work on, but the moves it then comes up with are out of our hands, if you like, and of course much better than any moves we as maybe Go players could come up with ourselves.
How does that feel to sort of stand back and, I mean, nervous, proud, all those, I mean, that's it seems like it would be really hard.
It's kind of difficult because really we have no control, but we knew we had control up to a certain point to steer the program in the right direction. And now we're hands off, hoping that everything goes well and in some sense, a bit like proud parents
was thinking that.
on the edge of the field. That might be the best
I think parents
here.
sometimes have trouble standing back too.
All the time.
Yeah. Being one myself.
Yeah.
Well, looking at the board, AlphaGo now has played a slightly unusual move, and that it played this first, exchanging for this, and then played this. Now, a lot of players will play, just leave all this stuff on the lower side of the board, and play the low Chinese opening on the upper side. Considering these stones, as well as this stone, as stones that it can afford to throw away. Black can afford to throw away in some cases. Like if white plays here, black is not necessarily going to try to save this stone. Definitely not going to try to save this stone. Whereas once black plays this move, black has invested another move in this group and usually does not want to give it up, which means if white plays something like this, the natural move for black is to do something to run away. One can say that that makes this heavy. So most players would choose not to play this exchange if they wanted to play up here, and instead play the extension here after playing this exchange. So in that way, it's an unusual move. I can't really say whether it's a good move or a bad move. I will say just that this opening is an opening that a fast-moving player. I like to play a fast-moving opening also. So this is the kind of thing that I've actually played a number of times, or something close to this. But adding this one exchange, depending on how the players handle the fight on the lower side of the board here, it could be very good for black, or it could be difficult, turn into a difficult game for black if black gets into trouble here in some way.
So part of what you're talking about is, and this whole timing and sequencing has to do with the feel for the game. And there's been a lot of talk about this with AlphaGo, and talk about intuition and the feel. Can you sort of share a bit of what is going on in AlphaGo, and I don't know if thinking. I mean, I'll let you sort of take it away. But you know what I'm asking?
Absolutely.
Right?
Sorry.
When it chooses these.
Yeah.
Right. So AlphaGo has these three main components that it's working off. It's a neural network that we call the policy network, which was trained on high-level amateur and professional games to imitate those players, to find moves in a given board position that are like the move a human would play in this particular situation. And then we have a second component, which can look at the board position. We call this the value net. And it can evaluate the board position and say, what is the probability of winning for black, say, in this particular position. And then there's a third component, which is the tree search, which is the equivalent of reading in the Go world, where it would look through different variations of the game and try to figure out what will happen in the future. And it's these three components together that make up how it works. So if we now take a position like this, first you can imagine that the policy network would scan the position and would come up with some kind of heat map. What would be the interesting spots to play in this position? And I think that's a bit like human intuition. As a Go player, if I look at the board, there's immediately some points that kind of jump out at me as being good moves that I might want to play. And AlphaGo does the same thing with the policy net. Mm-hmm. But then that's not enough. I mean, that was enough to beat me in my first day at the office. But there are other components. So then once AlphaGo has figured out what are the interesting candidates for it to play in a given position, it then considers all the possible counter moves that the opponent might make, but it can filter these using the same mechanism, again employing the policy net and only focusing on those moves that are actually interesting from a Go perspective, or that it has learned are valuable, at least for human experts. And so it can look at that reduced number of responses, and then it can turn back to its own response to that response and again apply the same thing. And in this way it builds up a tree of variations. And at the bottom of the tree, it then employs this value net that tells it how promising is the outcome of this particular variation. And it can then feed all of these evaluations back up and will choose the move that is best in the sense of being a combination of a promising move from the policy network combined with the evaluations of how promising it is given the variations and the evaluations at the bottom of that tree. And so when you see a move being played here by AlphaGo, you can think of it as being a combination of these things, of the intuition provided by the policy net and of the evaluation and tree search provided by the other components of the architecture.
Yes.
It's fascinating,
Very interesting.
isn't it?
That was a very good explanation. I think it makes it very clear how it's a very human way of thinking, really, because professionals also, out of their experience, have a limited number of moves that they sort of like, just looking at the board. And so that's a similar process, maybe. And then they do think of variations and try to be objective. I think weaker players tend to think of moves that, for their opponent, that are just really good for the player himself. Like they think they sort of hopefully think their opponent will make some stupid move. But, when AlphaGo plays, if it is using the same system to choose its opponent's moves, it's probably having a better tree of variations to look at, so that it can get a better evaluation of what the best move is. So that's really that's like a strong Go player, exactly the same process almost going through to get the right move to play. Right now, Black has played another forcing move here, which is it's very unusual to be playing it so early. So maybe we should up on the board now and take a look.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming by, Thor. I really appreciate it, and good luck.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you,
Michael.
So Black started by playing the low Chinese style. A bit unusual after playing this exchange. And I saw Lee Sedol, he was actually thinking for a while. So the game is moving slowly compared to the first game of this series. So White is sort of tempted to attack these black stones. But even if White plays something like this or something like this, there is still a little room. Like if Black gets desperate, he can play something like this or something like this to make some ice space. Maybe Lee Sedol didn't really want to play so many moves on the lower part of the board, because that's a mistake you can make in Go in the opening of the game, is when you play too many stones in one area, then it tends to sort of control the rest of the board, and you're limited to a small area of space. So this move is sort of taking reducing Black's space, and also threatening to attack this stone. For instance, next White can play something like this. If Black will answer here, and White can play something like this to put an attack going on this. Or White can just play here. In either case, the Black stone will not have a base. Whereas if Black puts a stone in, for instance here, it will be easy for Black to live with this stone. So at this point, White is just sort of threatening to attack next. And if Black wants to, he can answer it and make a life there on the side. In which case, this move will work to reduce the size of Black's moyo, or that's a territorial framework or a framework on the whole. And so this is kind of a double-purpose move. It's threatening to attack while reducing Black's influence. And now Black played Peep. And here, playing this exchange so early is unusual, but it's an exchange that comes up a lot in human professional games also. And now Black played this move. I was showing you this one. Compared to that, this is also a very popular move. It's a move that is more oriented to making eye space. So Black is just trying to make a quick life there. That's also a valid strategy. When White has so many stones in there, you can count 3 white stones against 1 black stone in the immediate area here. So any fight that starts here is going to be advantageous to White. So Black is sort of playing, when you attach against your opponent stones like this, all of these stones are sort of right next to the white stones, there's a tendency for both groups to become stronger in the end result of this fight. So he's saying that go ahead and make a strong white group because Black wants to live here. So that's a good strategy when your group is sort of the weaker one, because you want both groups to be solidified.
So again, welcome to round 2, game 2. This is the Google DeepMind challenge match live at the Four Seasons Hotel in Seoul. We have 2 actual commentary rooms, and I think you may be getting some shots. Both are filled up with journalists from around the world.
Wow, yeah, a whole crowd of, yeah. Much more than I was expecting a lot, but it's
You've been around a long time. Have you ever seen this kind of media crush?
Well, usually we just get media that already have to do with Go, and so directly having to do with Go, but I'm seeing a lot of people who really come from different fields, I think. And so it's quite owing to see so many people.
So much interest.
I was from various parts of the world, and just, I guess some people come from the AI side, people interested in AI. So it's quite a different crowd. People I'm meeting for the first time all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a tremendous excitement. I mean, literally, the electricity here in the hotel. I was going up in the elevator this morning, and one of the folks that works in the elevator, started talking to me, trying to get information about the match. It's just everyone. You go around town. There's TVs in the windows, people watching this match, and it's not often you get a chance to be literally witnessing history, and I think for the especially for where the world is right now, AI and development of this kind of intelligence, and people are also fascinated, I think, with computers and the power of computers. And this has been a holy grail for years. In fact, just before we started, I was talking to some folks, and they were reminding me there had been a prize for many years, maybe 30 years. There was a multi-million-dollar prize for the first Go program that could beat a professional.
And that's happened, yeah.
It's happened now that unfortunately the prize, is no longer.
It went away.
It went away.
Well, let's take a look at the game now.
Yes.
Because there is something happening.
Ooh, something's happening.
Sometimes, this is also a joseki here. If white plays this way, black will connect underneath, and white will probably extend here, after which black can play here. And this is, you can see that black has some territory on the side here. This is a living state.
Okay.
And when black is living there, then that makes this white group a bit weak.
Okay.
This would be usually considered an even result. Black can also push here. So black has a choice with this final move. But the pushing move, when white does play something like this, or sometimes something like this, white can take away black's eye space in this case. So in this case, I think I would sort of be expecting AlphaGo to play here.
Okay.
So this is one of the things that could have happened when white pushes through like he did in the game. White pushed through here, and black cut, and white curls around. Now if black continues to try to attack these 3 stones, the cornerstones will eventually die. Like if black plays here, white can crawl. Black can cut under here, white can extend. This is the important stone. Eventually, after crawling a while, white will be able to play here. White might crawl once more, I don't know. Maybe not. White can play here. And we can see that these white stones, they have 5 liberties, and black has only 4. So black would lose this semi.
Semi is a capturing race.
Capturing race, that's right. So at this point, yes, AlphaGo did play the cut here. I had taken you this far in the game, and I was exploring this move. So now instead, AlphaGo cuts here. And so both players are following a joseki sequence here. Black needs 1 more move in the corner. We'll probably play here. And then white will, to avoid moves like this later, white will probably put 1 more stone in. Usually it's played here. White has a choice here. White can play here, or this is a kind of a get up, and that's a net.
To
capture,
kind of capture these
sort of
stones
capture.
here. Sort
it
of
doesn't
capture.
really work in this case. I think this is a better move. So so far the game has proceeded to this point, and it's white's move. White has a number of moves he can play in this area. White has to play something, but this would be the most normal move.
So let me ask you just sort of impressions so far, especially with what we now know, thanks to our experts from the
I think
team.
the sort of the taste of the game that AlphaGo is playing is already different than it was in October because AlphaGo is leaving this weak group for the time being. Instead of playing the Joseki, that's a set sequence in the corner, the Joseki move is to play here immediately. And instead of doing that, AlphaGo is leaving these stones, which is a kind of a interesting strategy. It's a bit unusual. AlphaGo apparently thinks that white cannot get a very severe attack against these stones. And so there's a potential fight sort of brewing here. And AlphaGo is just leaving that and giving
what sort of
Lee Sedol
daring
opportunity.
leader?
So it's a much more it's a more daring way to play. It's a more exciting way to play than AlphaGo is playing in October. In which case, I think AlphaGo is just trying to play a simple opening and was probably calculating that it could win in the middle game and end game just by playing simply. Now it's black's move to play. The corner here is settled, so they're not going to play any moves in this area. That's something that happens in Go. You have a local fight like this where all the moves are pretty vital, they're pretty important. And then after a certain point, after white plays here, any local move is suddenly, well, unless black tries to escape with this, which at some point might become a feasible move, but at this time it's probably a bit
Too early.
Apart from that, moves like adding a move to this group would be really,
This group
really
is
bad.
just, it's already just alive.
It's okay as it is. A move like this or this would be feasible. It would be a big move, and it would be threatening to later. Oh, he played high. And this is also a move that is quite popular nowadays. People used to play this always. And then there is an issue of a possible invasion here. So some people would play one space to the left, I mean to the right, in which case the invasion can be countered with this. And below and above are miai, so black can connect up to this stone one way or the other.
And miai means,
interchangeable points. So like if white runs away into the center, black can come underneath with very little damage. In fact, actually this stone here, which white has forced black to play, is setting up a nice play on the side here, which reduces white's corner territory. So actually this isn't very much of a loss for black. So this is a move that was sort of tried a lot when people started to feel uneasy about this move. And then after a while, this move was started to be played also. So it's again, something that you can see sometimes in human games also.
Well, now the game of Go is, thousands of years old,
Yes.
and this 19 by 19 board and these patterns, but there's still so much to explore. So you're just talking about as that people will develop different ideas.
Develop different ideas. Like moves like this, there were probably almost 0 games where black played, where people played this move after this Joseki. Until say 10, 20 years ago, when people started playing it, and people watching that, well, just basically pro players watching that would look at this move and say, maybe that's a good move, and then people started imitating each other. So the process there is sort of really accelerating. It's really accelerating with the use of internet, because the exchange of information here is instantaneous. Like you see new moves played that were played the first time yesterday, and then you have a tournament game and your opponent was on the internet and maybe you weren't, then you have a new move sprung on you.
And that's a move that could have been played yesterday halfway around the globe.
Right, yeah, and everyone's watching. So you have to be really on top of it to be able to keep up with all the new moves that are springing up. Like they used to take months or years to perfect a new move. Whereas now, someone plays a new move on the internet, then within the day everyone's copying that. And in the process of everyone playing that move, eventually the people will get an idea of what the follow-up moves should be and how to complete the sequence and whether it's a good move or not and all that. And then so they come up with a very sophisticated sequence that could be called, if it's feasible for both players, then it can be called a new Joseki. Now, and that takes only a few days.
You've been a professional for for a while.
Yeah. Let's see, more than about 35 years.
So when you study to be a professional, obviously, no internet, no computer databases.
There was no internet at that time. We were just getting into study groups and studying with each other. Sometimes we would get paper records from China.
That's where I was going.
And yeah, they were handwritten, and they were usually, if they were copies, we didn't have color copies either. So we had black and white copies with the white moves and the black moves all in the same color.
Oh, good. Wow.
And so people would circle the white moves so they knew that the white moves were those ones. And so it was much more manual and analog than it is now. Nowadays, in real time, we're watching the games of top pros on the internet.
And how is that? I mean, it's interesting because we're looking at a program which is, learned on this huge database of game records, which are all, on, files. If you when you were studying, you would have studied a lot of professional games, but to study a professional game meant that you had to have the record in front of you.
Yes. And I was putting stones on a go board.
Putting actual stones on an
actual go board. And that's actually really good practice because you get time to think about it yourself. And so there's a value to that also because you're thinking about the game and maybe you can pause just to and try some variations that you want to play. So actually doing it in front of a go board yourself is a more instructive way to do it, but it's very time consuming. To do it properly, I would want to spend the whole day on just one game. And so it's a much more thorough way of studying a game. But there's so much data coming in, like there's hundreds of games each week that we have. So people nowadays just do it on the internet and they sort of skim through the games and then they find something that interests them. And maybe they'll go into that. But it's much more sort of searching through data that's done right now, instead of just sort of savoring games. Like I used to replay old games from the Edo era. That's in Japan, they have an era called the Edo era, which is hundreds of years ago.
1500s, I think.
Starting from maybe, somewhere around there, 1600s.
Castles.
And in Japan, that was the era where they had very strong Go players. And at that point, those were basically the first real professional Go players because they were subsidized by the government. And so all they had to do was play Go all the time. Before that, China also had very strong Go players, professional strength Go players, but they were usually supporting themselves, I think. So they had to be fairly well off to start with to be able to concentrate on Go. Whereas in Japan, the Go players were just before that, in the feudal years, which was before the Edo era, there were strong Go players who were sort of subsidized by warlords who thought that they could learn military strategy from Go players. And so already Japan had very strong Go players, professional level. And so actually the players in that era, since they had so much time to just concentrate on Go alone, and since they were, they had more time to play the games also. They were playing the games very slowly sometimes, over several days at least. And so the quality of the games is very high. So that's something that I would be studying.
So a game would go on for a couple of days. Let me just remind folks, you are watching the Google DeepMind Challenge Match. This is the second game in a 5-game series. We are broadcasting live from the Four Seasons here in Seoul. There is a media crush of hundreds of journalists from around the world watching this exciting and dramatic and historic showdown. It's the classic man versus machine, or it's but the machine was built by people, so it's all very complicated. It's all very exciting, and where we're at right now is AlphaGo, a very dramatic win yesterday, just 186 moves, I think.
That's right, 186 moves.
Forced resignation, and so back for round 2. Lee Sedol on white. I think probably looking for a little payback.
Well, yes. I think My impression is that maybe he underestimated AlphaGo at first.
In the first match.
And we can see in this game White is playing a much more conservative game. And so it's sort of natural because Black has the initiative.
We have a tweet.
We have a tweet, okay.
We have a tweet from the Go Club in Florida. They must be up late, and I didn't quite catch the second part. Something's going on at the Florida Go Club. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Gwyn is. Anyway, good for you, Florida. Anybody else that's out there staying up late watching? Actually, they're on the East Coast, so they are definitely out there late. But definitely keep tweeting in. Let us know what you're doing. If you have questions about what's going on, we would love to hear them at the AGA, and they will get to us, and we'll try and answer them. And thank you for I mean, I love the background, the history. The history, when I first started playing, I think that was a part of it. It was just a sort of a magical, and it's this old board game, and it's got this great history, you know, invented in China, came to Japan by way of Korea. And,
well, I can go on for a long time about that, yeah.
But I think people want to know what is happening with the game right now.
Well, White is playing White has a very solid kind of, it's almost...
Is this territory yet?
You could call it provisionally. It's
provisionally territory.
Again, it's something where something could happen. Like, for instance, if there's a black stone here, then the status would change a little bit.
Right.
There would again be the issue of an invasion here, maybe. Since Black does have a stone on the lower side here, at some point Black might try saving these stones, which would lead to a fight, in which anything could happen on the left side too.
That would separate these two groups.
It would separate these stones with these stones. And for the time being, Black would be under attack. So that's why Black's not doing it yet. In the upper right corner here, White played an approach move here. The normal joseki would be to play here. Recently, it's very popular for White to play one approach move and then jump into the 3-3 point, in which case White scoops out the corner. So this might be what Lee Sedol was hoping to do. This move also is played in many cases. It used to be called a vulgar move.
Yeah,
because it gives White good shape here, extending towards the center. It does make it more difficult for White to jump into the corner.
I see.
And it's low value. Why is it low value? It's because these white stones here are very, very solid.
Okay.
This is really, unless the player chooses to give it to Black, this is 100% territory.
Okay.
It's not as if a move somewhere around here could change that status. It's a very solid territory. That makes these white stones very, very strong. But they also happen to be fairly low down on the board. So although White naturally plays the follow-up move here, this territory is going to be sort of confined to the third and fourth lines. It's not going to spread out into the center because of these black stones in the way. And so the value here is relatively small because it doesn't spread out, and also because these stones, if Black chose to play a lot of moves on the right side, he would not have the added value of having, say, an attack on this group because it's so strong. And so that's something you look for. And it changes the value of an area when you have a strong group like this, because Black doesn't have any point to approach it because it's so strong.
And this is what Thore from the Google team was talking about. Is this kind of evaluation value?
That's a very surprising move.
I thought it was a mistake.
Well, I thought it was a quick miss, but
a clicko. And if we were online Go, we call it a clicko.
Yeah, it's a very strange. Something like this would be a more normal move.
Okay, actually, you're going to have to. So, do you have to think about this?
This would be kind of a normal move, and White would answer here. But actually, since this group is so strong, maybe White wouldn't.
Okay. Oh, right. That's right. Because what you were just saying, that's just settled. Right.
Because even if Black does stuff like that, even after playing all these moves, it's still strong.
It doesn't change it, right?
Well, these stones might get a little weak, but the value of this is relatively small. So we don't really know if White would answer this or not. White's going to answer this. This is almost as close as an attachment move. It's diagonal, so it's a bit further away, but like if Black continues with this, it would be very effective.
Interesting. So AlphaGo played this move, which I want to hear more about in a second, but Lee has left the room.
He left the room after that.
He left the room after that move.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm not even going to ask. I mean,
he had to go and wash his face or something just to recover from it. It's a very surprising move.
It's a surprising move.
I wasn't expecting that. I don't really know if it's a good or bad move at this point. Usually white would be just happy to play here. Black probably is thinking of doing either this or maybe something like this to sort of make a. So the direction of play is not so unreasonable.
Okay.
And that black is sort of expanding this network here, and this is again, it's somewhere between territory and not territory. Like if white chose to invade here, and black plays here, this is to stop.
Can you? Yeah. I wanted to show the connect
this would
under.
Connect underneath.
Right.
Black plays here, and white can cut.
Right.
And so this is forcing, and white can capture the stone. So black would play here to stop that, and if white did something like that, white would be able to scoop out this territory here. If black plays here, white can play here. This would lead to a fight, very complicated. If black pulls back, or extends maybe, white would be able to connect underneath to make this into maybe a white territory. So there's potential for white to take away this territory, in which case if you have a white stone somewhere in this vicinity, which would be a good follow-up move to this one, then there is, again, some potential of an attack on the black group.
Right.
So that's why one would sort of expect maybe a move sort of like this to expand black into the center, make some potential territory here as well as here, and black can sort of expect to get either this area or this area if he wants to. And so this would be the natural looking move. Again, we don't really know if white will answer this or not. It would be a good point for white to sort of switch to the upper side maybe. So this is more forcing in that if black continues this way, it's going to be bad for these white stones to be crushed like that. So white really wants to, the natural move is to curl here. And black will, say black jumps, again if white's going to play locally, the natural move would be to play here, do something like this, just to make the territory, to finish the territory. And black would be playing something like this to make some influence here and sort of avoid the threat of this invasion. So it's a reasonable move and it protects this. It doesn't seem to be so important at this part of the game, so I'm interested to see how AlphaGo actually follows up. It might be better actually played here, but then we have the potential of a fight when white comes in between the two black groups. This would be followed by a black move here.
Separating.
And it would be a question of who is attacking who.
Right.
And it would be, I would not be sure. Otherwise, against a move like this, it's also a good shape to push this. It's good shape to push one side or the other, basically. So if white pushes this side, then black would probably extend. Maybe white would play something like that. The general direction of the play here is the same in either case. Black is sort of building, like if black continues to play something like that, black is sort of building some thickness here to reinforce these stones, and it will eventually make something like this maybe more effective when black has a very strong group here. So this might be what AlphaGo is sort of aiming at.
He's back. Lee is back.
Lee is back. Well, maybe just, he doesn't look like he's so perturbed. He's concentrating. I think he seems to be more focused on the game than he was yesterday, just looking at his expression. But he's also, if I was Lee Sedol at this point, I would be a bit thrown off by some unusual moves that AlphaGo has played. This peep here so early, just the timing of it is a bit unusual. And the fact that AlphaGo is leaving these stones for a bit, and the fact that it played this katatsuki here, the shoulder hit, it's playing moves that are definitely not usual moves. Like they're not moves that would have a high percentage of games in its database. So it's sort of coming up with the moves on its own. Naturally, playing a shoulder hit, the move has a name. So obviously it's a shape that comes up a lot. It's usually played against a low stone. Moves on the side are usually on the fourth line, which is fourth from the edge of the board, or the third line, which is third from the edge of the board. It's typical when you play on the sides of the board to have the stone about that distance from the edge. Usually this is called high. So when your opponent has a high on the fourth line, extension, usually you're looking at the weakness underneath. In this case, again, as I was saying before, it's not so important, so black would just leave it. But coming underneath would be the weak point of this stone because, like, the belly here is open. So coming on top of a fourth line stone is really unusual, although the shape itself is so normal that it has a name. It's called the katasu.
In terms of locally speaking, yeah.
But usually it's not against a fourth line stone.
Yeah, that's an exciting move.
It's a very unusual
That's
move,
a
yeah.
very just. And the guys asked us today about creative moves. I'm going to say that's.
It's a creative move.
Yeah.
It's something that
I like moves like that.
I don't think I have seen in a strong player's game very much. But the object of the move is clearly to sort of build a line of stones in this area to strengthen this. So that the question is black going to actually use one move and lose the tempo to build that, or is black going to play a few moves and then maybe take sente and play elsewhere?
And is that the kind of move that Takamiya, the famous Cosmic
Well,
would he
Takamiya
like that
is
kind
a
of
player
move?
who likes to play high.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a kind of a Takamiya style move.
Cool.
It is centered towards the center of the board.
That's
But usually, the whole game, if we look at the whole game, if you're comparing it to Takamiya, you usually don't see his stones scattered into various groups.
no, he would have more higher.
And, like he once made a joke that the 3-3 point was so close to the edge of the board that it would fall off maybe. And just for those of you who don't know what I'm talking, this is the 3-3 point. He was saying that that's so low that I'm afraid it's going to fall off.
Right.
He was kidding one of his nemesis.
Right.
That's Kobayashi Koichi, who liked to play, who maybe happened to play the 3-3
Did
point.
Takami ever play a 3-3?
When he was young, actually, he
Really?
played all sorts of moves, and then at a certain point, he decided to stick to the start point.
Right.
And he never makes groups like this, hardly.
No.
All these stones close to the edge of the board, he would
Just be very distasteful to him, right?
He wouldn't look at that game even. And so this isn't, in that way, it's not a Takamiya style.
No, that's that. But when that move went down, and I realized that it was,
And so
it just has that
basically,
feel.
since he likes to make a framework, especially when he was younger and he was on top of the Go world, he would make a big moyo. And
Could
that's
you,
a big
could you
territorial.
show what something?
I would have to take the stones off. But, I don't want to do that right
Okay,
now. Yeah,
no.
but he would make
fall
a
behind.
big framework in one half of the board, and so his stones would be all work. And then he would be playing moves on the fifth line a lot. So having a move on the fifth line that only affects like maybe half of the board is sort of different from Takemiya. And at this point, I don't really expect AlphaGo to be resembling single players at all.
No, but it's,
And look, and we can see that Lee Sedol is actually thinking a great deal about this move. He's already used 35 minutes of his time, and he's sort of having to deal with very unusual moves played by AlphaGo, which was something I was wondering if I would see, because it was sort of in the beginning of the games in October, he was playing sort of mundane moves and sort of waiting for the middle game and the end game to start was my impression. But
You're talking
now
about
it's playing-
AlphaGo now.
Yeah, I'm talking about AlphaGo.
because you said he.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Well,
It's
that,
just-
it seems natural. AlphaGo is playing like a top professional Go player, so it seems natural for me to call it a he. I think the people at
I'm
Google
cool
will
with
like
it.
me for that. Yeah. So it's original, sort of.
Yeah,
And so
and,
that,
I think we've seen an original move here, and
so
I think that's
different
tremendously
from
exciting.
what it was doing before.
Well, and this is, again, as they were talking, this is frozen, but this is 5 months after, the original match.
Which means it was always playing against itself and building another database from its database and from the results of all the games it played itself. I assume it's changing the values of moves because it's building a database of results deriving from those moves. And so I think it's very natural that it can come to different conclusions than humans, because it's building this huge databases of games that it plays against itself, which are not played by human players. So I'm sort of hoping to see it drift away from moves that have already been played by humans.
Right. But you at breakfast with some of the guys, you were really you just were really excited that you wanted to get access, so you want to play this.
Oh, I want to play this program. So I go to the program then.
Yeah, no.
I want to play this guy. You know?
Yeah, I want to play this guy. Yeah.
And because it will be so interesting to see what it wants to do, especially when it plays different moves. Moves that it's really boring, even if you're playing a strong player, to be playing the same game every time. And that doesn't really happen, but it does happen to a certain extent in the opening if that player has a favorite opening style. So it's really refreshing, sort of, to have a player playing different moves. And I think that Lee Sedol here he's not only is he sort of maybe troubled or having trouble dealing with this move that he's never seen before, a move he definitely was not expecting. There's also a lot of pleasure in it because it's something new and unique that he has to think about. And doing that is the reason that players become pros, because we like to do that so much.
Mm-hmm. And there's a beauty, I mean, and I think, again, let me just reintroduce, you are watching the Google DeepMind Challenge match. We are live from the Four Seasons here in Seoul. I'm Chris Garlock, joined by Michael Redmond, nine-time professional. And this is a match between Lee Sedol, one of the top Go players, Go masters in the world, and AlphaGo, an exciting and historic and groundbreaking computer program. But it almost seems inadequate to call it a computer program. You really do get this feeling of an intelligence and a move like that is just tremendously thrilling.
It's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just playing, the regular shapes.
Yeah.
It feels original.
Well, the shape itself is not original, but the use of the timing and the use of the high move like this is completely different from what you would expect from a mediocre player.
Yeah,
so it's already a very special. And any top player will have his own characteristics. So I think that AlphaGo playing at such a high level and strong enough to beat Lee Sedol, which it's already done in the first game, right?
Right.
It naturally has to have its own style. And so only seeing the 5 games in October and the 1 game yesterday, there's still a lot of its style that I haven't been shown yet. And so I'm really interested to see how it likes to play, because it certainly must have some biases.
We'll talk about that for a sec, though. I mean, for example, how would you describe your style?
I'm sort of similar to how I describe Lee Sedol. I like to play fast-paced game, and I like to fight, I guess. And I like to have a fight lasting throughout the game. So I'm quite like Lee Sedol.
Okay.
In style, that is.
So would you say, I know this is only based on 6 games now, which is probably a small data set. Would you say, we had so many stones yesterday, we have extra now, so now we can just...
We have enough stones to drop on the floor sometimes, yeah.
Would you say that you're seeing a style from AlphaGo?
Well, in the Fan Hui 5-game match in October, I did see a number of moves towards the center of the board that looked really nice to me, and they were maybe sort of a characteristic of the program. And then again, this move is something towards the center of the board. So I do have a feeling that AlphaGo has some kind of a bias towards the center of the board and has some feeling for moves that is different from most professional Go players in the center of the board. And I sort of like the way it's playing in the center of the board, which is a very difficult part of the board for even strong players to play, because basically when you're in the corners, you're sort of anchored on positions, and you usually have a star point or a 3-4 point like this one to start with. And so you sort of recognize the positions, and there's a number of things that you do, and it's relatively easy to choose stuff, and that goes on to the end game, where you will have a position like this, you've seen it before, and you know what the local moves should be like. Or a position like this, you know that white would want to play here at some point, maybe, if this becomes black territory, whereas black would, in some cases, want to play here, and professional players will know the pros and cons of all those moves, because the corner side and side positions happen so much. In the center of the board, generally, the center changes so much because of the combination of various side and corner positions. They're almost always pretty unique. So it takes a lot of skill to be able to play well in the center. Just because usually it's patterns or shapes that you are not exactly the same as you've seen before. So it takes correct reading power and some intuition, you might say, also, because you're dealing with imperfect. You don't have enough data to immediately choose the right move. Black extended here. This is natural. Usually when white pushes one side, the natural shape is to play a knight's move.
So let me ask you, because earlier, there's all these, sort of fast moves here or something like that. Now all of a sudden you've got, the shoulder hit, extend, very. So what's going on there?
When the stones are close together like this, when black plays a stone, it's almost right next to the white stone. The next move, which for black would be here maybe, is very, very big. So once black plays this move, it becomes very urgent. I was saying before, if black plays here, maybe white would not play in the. If white plays locally, white's going to play here, but maybe white won't do that, I was saying. That's because this move and the next move, they're all pretty distant from the local white stones, right? Whereas this is right next to the white stone, and the next move, it puts a lot of pressure on all of these white stones, just because it's so close. So it's important for white to either play here or here. White's going to choose one of these, usually.
Do you have a preference in those two? You would sort of originally instinctively
here,
played in the.
It changes the way white continues. If white plays here and black plays here, there's a good chance that white will somehow take sente, leave it as it is, or maybe play this exchange, and eventually white will not play this move. So white, that would be the object of this way. In this case, again, when the stones are in contact like this, the next move is really, really big. So that's why black has to extend here, or in some cases, black would jump. Black extends here. And then again, it's the same story. If black plays here, or in this case, black can also play here. Then this area is still under pressure. So I was sort of, actually white just played here, but I was sort of expecting white to play a move like this, which would be natural.
What's the difference?
Basically, you push one side, and then came the knight's move. The knight's move is a very natural, commonly happening shape. The drawback being, although it takes the most territory, this is the most territory-taking move. There is the drawback that it's sort of connecting up to living groups. As I have been saying a number of times, this group is very strong. So maybe Lee Sedol didn't want to do that. This still leaves the next move here, which will sort of nullify the effect of these stones towards the center and suddenly make this area look sort of whitish. It looks like it could develop into some white territory. Also, the fact that this stone will be an anchor, something for white to aim at when white does, let's just do a very simple variation here. When white runs out, he's going to have something to connect up to. Right. So this is sort of a lifeline for white when white runs out here. Because white is looking at the invasion here. This is something that white wants to be playing at some point. In the upper side, if we look just at the upper side, this is a point that white can come in. This is another point that white can come in. This is a point that white can come in. So this is still far from being black territory, provided white keeps these stones fairly strong. So there's all this stuff that white can do. And of course, AlphaGo and any strong player knows that white has all these options, and that actually one black move will not make the whole area black's territory. Like if black does something like this, white can still jump in here.
I think this is one of the things that it makes this game, which a lot of people, when seeing it for the first time, can see the beauty of it. You've got, I know my wife is an artist, and she loves to see the game in terms of the patterns developing. But when you look at it, it's hard to tell Because well, you said that when you surround an area, it's territory, but now you're saying, well, that's not really territory
It's
because
a framework.
it's a framework.
Yeah.
So it's territory-ish.
Well, this area here is closer to territory.
But even so,
there's some possibility there. I'd say it's pretty unlikely that black will actually jump in there. But if black does play a move something like this at some later part of the game, there will be a real threat. And I don't really know whether white will answer it, protect against it or not.
Right.
And so there's the possibility that this territory will disappear.
But let me ask you, so at this point of the game, all right, so we're caught up. So at this point of the
Not
game,
quite. White just played here.
Okay.
Actually, this move here is a kind of a direct threat. Black's threatening moves like this
Right.
or like this. Either way, white would be in trouble with these 3 stones. So black's putting some pressure on this white group because these 2 black stones, although they're weak, and if white plays one move, they will be killed. And so usually black is thinking of just sacrificing these 2 stones. This move is threatening to actually move out with them. So it's almost a direct threat that black is making.
another 4th line move.
This is just the shape that anyone would play in this shape. Well, unless black wants to play the more dangerous move of moving out immediately.
You start the fight.
This is the key point in white's shape. It's sort of like the diagonal shape here has a weak point here. So this is the shape that black is looking at to play. And white is just crawled. And yes,
There we go.
if black had played here, everything would have been relatively simple because then white would put
just
a stone
capture,
in either here or here.
Right.
And these 2 stones would be dead.
And just a local for a weaker player like myself, is difference in this? I mean, I kind of like this one looks a little more stir.
Well, the difference is that there's a different forcing move. Like for instance, this way black has a forcing move here. Sometimes black will have a forcing move here because he can play here. And white wants to play here, but cannot because of this move.
Right.
So when white plays here, black's forcing move is less clear.
I see.
Because even if black plays something like this, locally if black plays here, white can make a geta or net shape to capture these 3 stones. Even if black plays here to erase the geta, then white can still push through and attack black in a different way. So it's not really a knockout blow, even if black does manage to squeeze out. And so black has less forcing moves. This could sometimes be a forcing move. Again, it depends, because white might counterattack. And so black's not so sure of forcing moves, but sometimes if black does get, for instance, in some way, this move as a forcing move, then it can be more effective than this forcing move here.
Gotcha.
So there's a trade-off there. So I would probably choose to play here just because it's better shape.
Okay.
And white could even play here, which is more risky when black comes in from this side, but is moving out towards the center.
But it was.
But instead, black attacked here.
Right.
And I'm noticing in this game that Lee Sedol is taking so much time.
I was going to comment. He's 15
this
minutes
is
down on
this
time
is
now.
closer to normal, I think.
Okay.
Because I think in an important game like this, the players usually take more time than he did yesterday.
He had
and he ended up with something like 25 minutes on the clock or something.
Right.
I don't have an exact number, but something like that.
It's close. It might have even been 27 minutes still on the clock. It was a lot of time.
And so when I was a young professional Go player, I got bowled out if I did something like that and lost the game. Like, it's okay to have time on the clock if you're winning. But if you're losing, you're supposed to be using up all your time trying to find a way to a reversal. So, in fact, I have had that experience of a top player telling me off for leaving time on my clock.
Very tough.
Yeah.
So talk about the timing on this. I mean, it's pretty much after.
Well, this stone is going to be sort of helpful when black does something like this. This stone it's better maybe to have this stone there to sort of help black.
And these are being attacked now. These have been separated
and actually
from these.
It's a potential counterattack against white. This push here is one of the natural shapes that white will cross white's mind immediately in this shape. Otherwise, if white is worried about this kind of fight, this would continue with something like this maybe. White could cut here and capture this stone. But it's not really such a great shape because later on black can pull back here and save this one stone, forcing white to take this one stone. And white doesn't have, this is what we call a false eye. It's not a proper eye.
So this group is...
It's still weak.
Still weak.
Of course, black is weak too, but black's going to spend a lot of moves to escape with these stones naturally. And it'll be interesting to see how these two stones work to help black. They're sort of building some influence here that's pointing towards that area. So obviously the idea that black had here was to have some extra stones in this area to help black in the fight. So when black played here, AlphaGo was already aiming at this.
It's amazing. I mean, it's so far across the board, and yet...
Strong players are like that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of AlphaGo as just as a strong player who is playing strategies that other pros will understand and sometimes come up with. And so it's a very natural thing to want to have some extra power here to sort of build some black influence in this area. So if this white group is sort of running away in this direction, this will be kind of a wall waiting to blockade white. So it's like an ambush here.
But of course, Lee knew that as well. I mean, this is a game of total information. Everybody can see.
Oh yeah, the stones are on the board. Once a top player plays a move, the other player has the opportunity to understand why that player played the move. You can't read someone's mind, but you can look at the move, and there's a meaning to that move, which you can decipher if you. Usually, you can decipher it. But that doesn't mean that you can win against it necessarily if it's a good move. It has to have a valid reason. So that's why there are so few trick moves that work, actually. But there are moves that are that have great meaning like that. Move on the opposite side of the board.
So this is
So
your
white pushes.
move, right? That's pretty sort of.
Now black has to save these 3 stones, right? So black has a choice. Jumping here would be bad because white would just take the 3 stones. So black has to play either here, which looks like it's the good shape, or also black can try playing here. This is
like a double empty triangle,
shape.
right?
Yeah. And there's actually pros and cons to both shapes in this case, but I'm sort of expecting AlphaGo to play here.
And there it goes. It's like you're reading his mind.
Oh yeah. And this
Now,
way, if white plays something like this,
threatening
that, black will connect. And we can see that this move is sort of playing a part in helping black sort of escape to the right side. This would be really bad for the white stones on the lower side, so white's not going to do that.
It's really sharp play on both sides. Again, both players are just going at a hammer and tongs.
Well, we have a fight brewing here.
Yeah.
This is going to be a big fight. And as I said before, it'll be interesting to see how these stones come up to help black in the fight, because the exchange here, the 2 moves each, probably will have more of a positive effect for black in the fighting in this area. So it's sort of interesting to see how that strategy came out.
Well, and one of the things we know now is, as we were just told, Thore, when he stopped in to talk to us, is, when I see fights, right? I mean, my blood gets up, and
you get excited, right? Yeah.
Yes, I do. It's we're having a fight, and then of course.
Well, I saw the operator yesterday, Aja.
Yeah.
He was excited when he was playing one of those.
We talked to him this
Yeah,
morning
that was a big move.
about that.
Yeah. And you could see, I could see just watching him play that move that he was really happy that AlphaGo had finally played it.
We'd all been wanting.
It was the first time he was playing a resounding move, plonking the stone down on the board. He was really happy to make that move. So it was interesting to see the operator, who you would think would be just sort of, very quiet.
Right.
He was excited about that one move. So white is sort of holding that stuff, the direct attack against 3 stones here, in reserve. So depending on how black, that one, white doesn't really want to do it immediately, but is leaving the option of playing from this side, or like this, or this. And in some cases, white will be playing from this side. So instead, he plays here. Locally, the natural. If black wants to get rid of all this potential here, the aji, black can play a move like this, or a bit more aggressively, black can play like this. This move is more aggressive because the follow-up move here is very good shape. It gives black a strong shape here, also threatens white. Next, if black plays here or here, these 5 white stones will, notice that they're diagonal, so they're cut off. So this is a separate group from this. These 5 stones will be in trouble. So this would become a forcing move, which is a good shape for black. Maybe white would want to stop that by playing here, and black can continue with this. Still, this would be a good shape for black to come here. So maybe white wants to push here. And we can see that the whole exchange here is giving black a fairly strong group, moving out into the center. So this is one way that black could try to get momentum. Otherwise,
Got a stone here.
yeah. Oh. So AlphaGo didn't give me time to get to that move. This is the more direct answer to white's Hane. So now we'll have to see what Lee Sedol is planning to do, because he's trying to sort of combine the aji here with what he's doing on the right side to get a good shape while capturing, well, he can't really hope to capture these 3 stones, but he's trying to get a good shape while room underneath here.
So I wanted to show one thing real quick. It's one of my favorite shapes in the game.
It's called the bamboo
The bamboo joint.
or the takefu. And the meaning is the same.
It looks kind of like...
It sort of looks, the shape here with 2 stones lined up like that is supposed to look like a bamboo joint.
It does to me.
It does
always
sort of,
does,
yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to play the bamboo joint.
So white pushes through.
The push.
Obviously, AlphaGo will answer that.
Yes.
And,
yes.
and when this happens,
Yes.
now we have a potential ladder.
For the,
Oh, yeah. So if black answers here, is the ladder valid? Why don't you take a look at it?
so...
Now, this is a tricky ladder.
It is a tricky ladder. I don't know.
It doesn't really work.
It doesn't look
It
like
works
it's...
after white plays. Let's try it without that. It works after white plays here. But the immediate ladder, let's try that. It looks like we have time to do stuff like this in this game.
So just to remind folks, there's only one liberty here. That's
Yeah.
why this group keeps needing to run away.
And it's called a ladder when you attack diagonally like this.
Because it looks...
And the black stones are sort of creating what looks like... This is more like the real thing because ladders are usually from one edge of the board to the other.
This is where I got lost. It seems...
And you know this ladder is looking like it's going to hit this black stone, which would be bad for white.
Right. But there's special
actually,
properties here.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated, but basically, if white just attacks like this, we can see the black group sort of linking up with this stone here. And black's okay.
And then...
And white can change the way white attacks a bit, like doing this and this, trying to keep it from connecting to that stone. But we can see that eventually white will get in trouble here. Because this stone...
Right.
Oh, it works for white. Oh. I was going to show you a different way to kill the black group, but it works for white. Because white can play like
Very cool, very
so it is a
cool.
ladder.
Don't try this at home, kids. You'll just... Seriously. I've tried this and it just ends in tears. It's not pretty. We've got some more. The fight is starting. I wonder...
and another way white could have done that was
we need to
to push once here and then do it, which would allow white to...
We don't have this. We don't have
Right.
these two.
So far, okay. So white played this first, and white is going to continue probably with this move. And there's no reason for AlphaGo to be thinking right now, because 5 stones are in a party, so naturally it's going to extend here.
So AlphaGo, of course, has read
Well, that should be easy for a computer.
for a computer, yeah.
And that wasn't the only ladder that it has. Like, although this ladder turned out to work, white also had the option of playing once here
Because right.
and making a ladder that was
That moves
one
it.
line further and
Right.
would be further away from this stone. And I'm not going to go into that because it
Thank
takes
you.
too long. Yeah. There's also the...
You can. Everybody at home, you can just do it. Read it out on your own.
yeah. So white extends. So what's going to happen is that black is probably
Black
going
has to
throw away
give that
these 2
up, right?
stones.
Yeah.
And when white captures these stones, we can see that now, compared to capturing them like this, which would
Be
not
the
be
fall side,
completely
right.
eye-safe. Taking them with this move is more efficient because now white has something that is beginning to look like eye-shape.
Well, and black just
This final move is not there yet. Yeah.
right. But actually, if you just put that back for a second to remind folks who are just coming to the game for the first time, black cannot play here. That would be an illegal move.
A suicide move. Oh wow. That would be suicide because these 3 stones do not have any liberties.
Right. So
later on,
that's
if we assume that white at some point captures these 2 stones,
2 eyes.
we have
almost
a shape that looks like 2 eyes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to show that. Well, this is pretty exciting.
So now it's black's move. Naturally,
And
black will
extended,
do
yeah.
something. Yeah.
Extend,
to-
yep.
Okay. And now white has the option of, well, white has to basically capture these stones. And black gets something back by either playing here or cutting here. Usually you play from this side. So this is a kind of a trade. White has managed to make what is almost a living shape. And in return, black is reducing the left side territory. And white still has to put some stones in there to protect it. And black is making a group here in an area which could have been a white framework.
Trade.
I think it looks okay for white. If I was black, I wouldn't be moving out so early, but I don't really know it. It's probably pretty even. A lot of the game sort of hinges on what happens on the upper side, because black has a big framework on the upper side, which, as I was saying, it has a lot of weak points, like there's a weak point here, a weak point here, and a weak point here. So how that develops will make a big difference in how much black territory there is. And so a lot depends on how black can continue to sort of solidify that territory there, which is probably what AlphaGo is trying to work out. Moving with these stones, ideally black would want to sort of add stones to them so they link up to the upper side and add some strength to that black framework.
Well, let me ask about that because, I mean, I will be honest, when I do this sort of thing, all I wind up with is a big attackable.
And that's because you don't follow up with it. For instance, let's just put some stones down to test the theory. White connecting here looks bad because when black pushes through, there's a cut here.
Right.
And it's going to be bad shape for white. So white probably plays here, black captures, white plays here. Black can maybe came or push. And white's sort of weak here on the left, so white has to answer. So if black plays in the right direction like this, something like this, we can see black sort of connecting up and building some thickness here. In turn, this sort of makes it difficult for white to choose this move. This move is still a bit open, but this is starting to look a bit cramped for white. So we can see how this can be extended to strengthen black's moyo on the top. So the problem here is that if this group here becomes isolated and doesn't have any good connection with the rest of the board, then it's going to become a liability for black. Whereas if black can use it like this to sort of connect up to black's moyo here, then it becomes part of the wall surrounding a potential black territory. And then he's making good use of it.
Let me ask a broader question. You know, AlphaGo won yesterday's game.
They played one move each
Right.
to get this way.
So up 1-0. And it's a 5-game match.
Yes?
If AlphaGo were to win this match as well,
You mean the second game?
the second game,
Yeah.
that would really put a huge amount of pressure on Lee, right?
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because to win the match,
Then he would have to win the remaining
all 3 games
Yeah.
in a row. We talked about this morning, that there are some top players who have been down, because matches are usually 5 or 7 games.
5
I
or
think.
7 games as usual. Sometimes it's just 3 games.
Okay. But so in a 5 or 7 game match, there are players who have been
Who have
down
lost 3 and yeah.
like 3 and then
3
had
to
to
0
win.
has been 3-0 has happened, and the player wins 4
All
games
4
after that. Yeah.
games. Yeah, not a lot, but
It's pretty unusual. It's happened a few times.
A few times.
And even just in Japanese Go history, it's happened a few
Right.
times.
But it's difficult. I mean, you're really every game is do or die time.
Well, these winning and losing streaks are usually caused by the attitude of the player. Like a player can sort of lose his cool or just lose his what they call fighting spirit if he loses too many games in a row. So that's something that can happen to some players. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that happen to Lee Sedol, though.
He's not some guy who's ever been down, right? Yeah.
But I think he's I think he's pretty strong mentally in that way. Although when he was young, I had the impression truly, but sometimes that's good in a competitive environment.
Right. So this is pretty much developing.
It's exactly what I was expecting.
Right.
There's also the fact that when black plays a move somewhere in this vicinity.
Yes, I was going to ask about this.
There's a forcing move here, and well, sorts of forcing moves here. So black has a lot of forcing moves in reserve, which black does not usually use immediately, which will help black to sort of close white in. So there are ways that black can sort of encircle this white group from outside, and thus help this black group.
But
so that's another way that black can avoid getting an isolated weak group.
I was just thinking that the other nice thing about a move like this is that it also begins to bring these guys back into play in terms
and
of
sort of make a framework here.
Bit of a framework as well.
I'm sort of expecting black to play something more towards the upper side because there's more at stake basically on the upper side of the board. Oh yes, almost there.
Right. Now, can you show why it looks? I mean, there's a white stone right here, and it just looks that white can get through.
White can get through like this, but that would be, for one thing, it would be leaving this weakness here. So there would be a price to pay.
Okay.
And also, it comes back to this move I was talking about, because black has an escape route sort of here. And so this move would potentially be wasted. Like the exchange here would be giving black a lot of potential here.
I see.
While black can still run away in this direction. So yeah, black's playing a very interesting style here. And the whole object of black's play basically is to reinforce the upper side here. And so it makes sense too. So locally, white would want to play a move like this or a move like this to protect the left side territory here. But black sort of has white on the defensive here. As black's sort of dodging around all over the board and sort of forcing white to respond to its attacks.
So I think it's interesting. There are sort of two levels of what's going on with this game, which is just the thrill of a good Go game, right? And I want to ask you about that. But then also, so if this was just Go game between Lee and Iyama, for example,
it would still be interesting.
It'd still be interesting.
Yeah.
It'd be a good game. We'd be talking about it. It'd be really worth it. When you then realize that Lee is playing a computer program, it really, I really want to stress to folks, and again, this is the round 2 of the Google DeepMind challenge match, but that, not even a year ago, I mean, before January, whatever, when DeepMind unveiled this on the world, if you'd have said to any Go player or almost any AI person, that a computer would be able to play a top professional and not only play him head to head, but win, as AlphaGo did yesterday, it is beyond. It's
people would not believe you.
Right, would not believe you. Would say, what have you been smoking?
Yeah.
Because it would just be laughable, and so. The fact that we can discuss this game in the terms that you would use to discuss any other, top professional game, I keep sort of wanting to remind us of this because
it's actually a computer playing.
This is not I don't want to say it's not abnormal. It's just not a usual situation. That kind of moves, and then this. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm also noticing something about AlphaGo, a change in it since October. Is that it's not quite so territory oriented.
Okay.
Part of its opening that was looking a bit weak was that it seemed to be putting a bit too much stress on taking territory. So it was playing some slow moves that were just sort of territory oriented, allowing Fan Hui to take the initiative sometimes. Whereas in this game with black, it is playing a more aggressive game, which is something I was sort of hoping for or looking for.
And that would be appropriate for black.
It's appropriate, yeah. And it's also playing, we can see that actually, although black is sort of taking control of the game here, we can see that white has more territory. We can see a white territory here, white has territory here. And if white answers this, something like this, white's going to have about 15 points on left side.
Can we do a quick sort of status check on the
when white answers black's probe move like this, then we can fairly safely say that that's a white territory and it's in the vicinity of 15 points.
15 points, okay.
White has some territory here and some territory here. This is sort of less well defined because black, it's quite feasible that at some point black will play here. And if black continues with another play here, then it's going to be disappearing.
But just for you as a top professional, when you look at that as is,
I would say
how do you count? You have to count,
I would hesitate to really
value.
Actually count it at this point. It's
Really?
It's just a living group. If I wanted to really count it, it would be less than 10 points.
So when we get some of the team guys back up here, and maybe this game actually, it'd be nice to do that. I'd really like to ask
how AlphaGo counts.
How AlphaGo counts that.
But of course, and then this is pretty sure to be territory. Another of the reasons that I don't really count this territory is because one move that white might be wanting to do later in the game is this move, and when this kind of thing happens, then this territory is mostly going to disappear.
And just turn into just a living
I don't
group.
really, as a white player, would not want to have a kind of a emotional attachment to that white territory. So that's another reason that I don't like to count it.
But you have to, I mean, I'm just sort of pushing you as a professional because you are making judgments, but also clearly.
I would give it a value less than 10 points, so like 5 or 6 points.
Okay, all right. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you to give me a
white
number.
has something here, adding to
it's
about
15,
20, 15 here, and then another about 5 points here.
15, 20.
So that's 20,
And
20.
we agreed that was 6, 15, 20.
Well, in the vicinity of 40 then.
Okay.
And at this point of the game, it doesn't really pay to be more exact.
That's fine.
Although actually the white territories are fairly well defined.
So 40
Usually
for
you
white.
have places like this, which it could be something like 10 points of territory, or it could be something like 0. So it's not really a territory yet.
Okay.
So there's really no point in counting that as territory.
But we just
and then
counted
territories like this, which is about 7 points.
So, yeah, I wanted to count black. So we have we have
Black
about
has
40.
7 points of territory.
Black has 7 points of territory.
Yeah, because none of that is territory.
Right.
But he has a framework. AlphaGo has a framework up here, and black has a framework maybe here. Although if white plays a move somewhere in this vicinity, actually these two stones are not very strong yet. So we don't really know what's going to happen in this area. It could be strong for black, or it could be a liability. The point is that whether this develops into if we called this territory, for instance, that would be 3 lines of territory times 19 lines, so that's 57 points.
Yeah.
That would win the game in itself.
Okay.
So that's sort of a demonstration of the fact that it's actually just a framework and not territory, because if this was territory, the game would be over, you know?
Gotcha.
The very fact that it's not territory is what makes it a fightable game.
Okay, let me go ahead and reintroduce folks. We are watching the Google DeepMind Challenge match. This is the second game in a 5-game match that's happening. Michael, I think I'm Chris Garlock, and I'm with Michael Redmond, 9 Professional. We're here in Seoul at the Four Seasons. And I don't know if they've given you a wide shot recently, but there's a room full of international journalists here. We're in the English commentary room. Next door is the Korean commentary room, which I'm sure looks a lot like this. Actually, for a room full of folks, it's awfully quiet. Everybody is checking out the game. Not as quiet as it is, I'm sure, in the playing room, as you can see, where Lee Sedol, one of the top players in the world, is basically looking to even the score. He lost the first round yesterday in a very exciting and dramatic game that he wound up resigning. It was actually ahead by a couple of points, but could not pay the Comey and then had to resign. So it's You know, and we've got another exciting game here as well for round 2. So it's looking like we're just going to have you know, exciting games all the way through. So no easy games for us.
Right.
So
yeah.
I was pushing you on the counting, mostly to. I think this is true whether you're an experienced Go player, experienced amateur like myself, or just coming to the game now and seeing this game, and you're looking at this, and it's a territorial game. And you're looking and you're saying, where is the territory?
Right, yeah.
Right?
So I was showing you 40 points of white territory.
40 points of white territory.
And 7 points of black territory.
And
That's
7
not
points.
even the Komi.
Right.
Well, black has to pay 7.5 points in Komi.
So white is
I could give you a fraction
so
for
white
this
is
point
winning,
here,
right?
Well, yeah, in territory. I could have given you a fraction for this point here.
Don't, please don't.
So that would get it closer to the Komi.
Right.
But then black has this area, which may or may not be black's territory, and the whole upper side. And with this move here, it's sort of good form that black played here first. Playing this exchange before playing this exchange, because this exchange really strengthens the white group. So after black plays this exchange, this would maybe not be forcing. So it's an example of another professional style good order of moves. It's looking like a good player when it plays this way. So this is another thing that makes the AlphaGo look a lot like a strong human player. What's the meaning of this move? This actually, I was telling you about this weak point, right?
Right.
When white jumps in here, black generally has an option of playing here or playing here. If black plays here, black is protecting this side. And especially, like, let's say black put a stone here later on, and white played here. Black might want to protect this territory here, so black would play on this side maybe, in which case this would be territory, but white would sort of get in by the back door and get some territory here. So, and if black plays on this side, then white sort of slides into that territory on the upside. And white's going to make a living group that sort of scoops out most of black's territory. So the meaning of this exchange here, which is forcing right now, but would not be forcing after white jumps in here. Like if black had played it afterwards, then white would just be sliding out that way, and this would be more urgent. So he plays it now when there's nothing urgent going on, and it was forcing. The point of this exchange is that now if white jumps in here later, then black can play here, and white doesn't get to connect up. This move is sort of blocking that. White can capture the one stone. But after that, black has the option to put one more stone in here or here to kill this stone. This stone will not survive.
Right.
And so this is, I was saying before that this here has 3 weak points. One of them was here.
Right.
So black has sort of halfway repaired that weak point. It's not non-existent. There's still a bit of aji of white playing here or maybe starting from here to erase the corner. It's not as effective as it would have been without this exchange. So black has sort of reduced the value of a white attack in this area. Next, black has to worry about this invasion. There were 3 points that I was pointing to. Oh, there we go. So this was the other weakness that black had to worry about. And then there's the third weakness here. So, and then in this area, again, white can maybe start with moves like this. In some cases, white won't start with moves like this. So there's various moves that white can be looking at. This one, or this one. On the left half of black's moyo. Basically, they're not as effective as an invasion here.
Right.
So black protected the weakest
And that has to do with just having more space, right?
Having more space.
Right.
White can still jump in here with a black stone floating around here. And the fact that black is so strong on this side after playing this move, it will be a bit cramped. So this will lead to a fight where black is trying to punish white for this invasion.
Would you say that that's probably what Lee is looking at?
This is one thing that Lee Sedol would be considering. Otherwise, white can sort of make a probing move like this or this, which, like in this case, it would be relatively simple, in that if black plays something on the outside like this, then white will have more potential to live easily inside. Whereas if black plays a defensive move like this, then white will have potential to play forcing moves from the outside. Something like this, to make a gain on this side. And in return, in this case, white would have to allow black to surround the upper side territory. So this is a kind of what they call a probe, because white's asking black sort of, do you really want to keep this territory? If you do want to keep this territory, I'm going to take some gain, profit on the other side. But if you don't want to give me anything, I'm going to scoop out your territory in a more efficient way. So this is one kind of, this is sort of similar but a bit more dangerous for white. And this would be very more effective if it can make a clean life, but also a bit dangerous for white actually with all these extra stones that black has.
And I think, and we're seeing this in this game, that one of the fascinating things about the game is if you look at the other game that it's often compared to in terms of games of perfect information, chess. Chess is these two armies in a battle trying to kill each other. It's a war. And you see in Go that you'll have these battles. And then it goes into a little bit more of a peaceful part of the game, and then another battle erupts. And so it's a series, and I've heard it said, chess is a battle and Go is the war. It's a, but I think it's a good sort of shorthand for looking at.
It's true in the sense that Go is fought on a larger scale with more variation. Like there's pauses and there's times when it heats up. I don't really like to compare it with military stuff because it's a pretty peaceful game basically.
Well, and that's what I was sort of getting to is that if you're too aggressive in Go,
then you usually being greedy usually has a bad effect.
Right.
So it's also a game of balance. Like that's what Go Sagan used to say. He was one of the greatest players in the last century.
I had the good fortune of meeting him, and
oh yes.
He he was like a Zen master.
Oh yeah, he was sort of like the considered to be almost like a god of Go.
Yes.
And it would be interesting to see him commenting on this computer game because I think he would probably like it.
Really?
Because it's playing the original now. I don't think he would have liked the October version.
No.
But AlphaGo has changed already and is playing much more, it's almost innovative. And it's, I sort of like the way it plays. It's something that I already think I could learn from.
High praise indeed, Michael. High praise indeed. And you're angling to get that
I want
suitcase
that
version of
the program. I want one on my PC.
We'll see if we can hook that up for you by the time.
White just played here.
This is to forestall the squeeze.
And black has a number of things that he has to worry about because these stones immediately are very weak.
Right.
White's idea is to sort of chase these stones around and generate, by doing so, an easier attack on black's upper side, because this upper side, as I was saying, it still has some weak points here on the left, like this one, this one, this one. White doesn't really want to commit yet, because depending on what happens in the center, like if white gets some stones lined up here while attacking these black stones, it will be much easier for white to jump in here then.
I see.
So as the whole board position changes, white's invasion here will change also.
And that's sort of the ideal thing in Go, is to generate a double attack, right?
Yes.
That's
it will make white's invasion, like doing something like this immediately will establish the black territory also, even though white gets a small gain.
Got some moves here.
Okay. White played here. When black played here, so instead of trying to save these stones immediately, black played here, which connects these stones, and makes this a strong group. I was saying that this could be attacked by a move like this. Once black plays here, now this is suddenly a very strong group. White plays here. Now this is really big in that if black had played here, there would still be some possibility that this could become a weak group. So it's still a bit far in the future, but there is that possibility. There's that added value. The fact that white takes this makes it invulnerable, very strong. So this is very strong. It also leaves the possibility of jumping in here next. If black connects, white will cover here. And this looks like, because of the open space here, white's going to have enough space to make a life.
So you still can't count that upper right corner as
It's not-
territory.
it will be territory if black plays here. Now this would be provisionally territory. Almost always this would continue to be black's territory.
Would a pro play that?
With the right timing, yes.
Okay.
At some point, either black will play here, or if black gets some extra stones in this area, maybe black will be able to do something more aggressive. Like if there was a black stone, this is not going to happen, but say white played a peeping move here, then black could maybe, actually black could, with some extra stones, black would maybe not need that move anymore. Otherwise, if it was something intermediate, then sometimes black would be able to make it territory with just building the outside wall.
Because again, in Go,
yeah.
you want to play a move that's really efficient and does at least two things at once.
Well, yeah, gets more points at
Right.
least. So with this stone here, there is potential that black can play a better way to, but at some point, either AlphaGo is going to play something like this, or white, Lee Sedol, is going to play something like this. But yeah, it's not really going to happen yet. It's something that we have, it's sort of a huge endgame move.
So I just want to ask you something here because, and I hesitated to talk too much about it yesterday, but I'm going to say it now, which is, it feels to me like black it sees a way here, and it's doing all of these sequences here.
Maybe black thinks it's ahead, yeah. But actually,
and not that it's
like
ahead,
yesterday,
but that it sees. That
it has a plan that it's going by.
What do you think?
Like at this point, before white took this stone, if white had played something like this, I think black was considering the possibility of sacrificing these stones somehow.
Right.
If I was white, I would have been tempted to do something along this line. Instead, this is sort of a waiting move. It's a huge move. One of the biggest moves on the board as far as territory is concerned, although it's so close to the edge of the board. And sort of waiting to see what black does with this group. And so now black settles the group. So it's sort of a natural, although the players are playing so distantly from each other, in a way it's a kind of a natural sequence.
This is threatening to
cut black?
To cut through
Well, you see,
black.
once white played this move, this virtually erased the potential of black to move around white there and then close that white. So that made this into a very strong white group. And basically, for the time being, it cut black off from these friendly stones. That's why black had to put a stone in here to protect this area. So black's hope, basically, to save these stones is to connect up to that area. So white's threatening to cut black off with a move like this or like this. So the normal move would be to answer it somehow to make a connection. So that would be something like this. This would be a bit submissive, maybe. Instead, black has played here, kind of a counterattack. And you know, this is a tough game for Lee Sedol, in a way. It's turning to, well, you know, AlphaGo is just not letting Lee Sedol do what he wants.
Right.
And we have a fight developing here. But eventually, white has to move this fight around in a way that will have an effect on black's upper side. Because as I was saying, if we eventually have the whole upper side as black territory, it's approaching 60 points. It's somewhere between 50 and 60 points if the whole side becomes black's territory. And I was counting white's territory as 15, 20, well, this is bigger now, so it's more like 45. And so a 50-so point territory alone sort of takes care of everything that white has. So then you add stuff like this. So basically, white really wants to sort of steer the game in a way that he can get a good invasion on the upper side, or at least gain some profit somehow, and then use this one, which would also reduce the upper side to a certain degree.
But is there any
and black's
chance?
just not, AlphaGo is basically saying, I'm not going to let you push me around like that. So there is going to be some continued fighting in the center of the board here. And the question is, how will it affect, with this move, white is moving sort of towards this black structure here. So it's going to reduce black's potential here. But the real question is, how will it affect black's upper side?
What's your assessment right now? Who has the tempo? Who has the
Well, in the opening, black always had the tempo.
Right.
And the payoff was that black was allowing white to get more territory. Like at some point, I was saying that white had 40 points and black had 7.
Right.
There was that much of a difference in the established territory. And then we had this huge framework here, which is potentially 50, 60 points. But otherwise, if white invades successfully, a great deal of it can disappear. So
And that's what Lee is looking for. Is
what Lee is looking for, and of course AlphaGo is trying to avoid that. And ideally, like if black can get a strong position here, then this area will start black moyo. So if we put a lot of black stones down, then suddenly it becomes more like 70 points than 50
So once
points.
these are down, these invasion
That
points,
would be out of question.
Well, yeah, it just doesn't, because there's nowhere to run.
Well, even the most humble approach here is sort of in danger if there's so many black stones in the area.
So it feels like the struggle that's going on here is that Lee needs to get in there, but he simply hasn't.
Knows he can do it. He knows that there are invasions, but an immediate invasion is probably not good enough.
So the timing
is
is what's...
He wants to set it up with the fight here in the center. So he wants to get a nice attack against this black group and lead it into a position where, for instance, like this one, where he has stones in the vicinity that will support his invasion.
Attacking this.
While attacking, yeah. But you see me putting 2 white stones down to it takes a lot of doing.
Is that not allowed?
Usually it's not allowed. I do it all the time. And so
there's
we
my
can
bamboo
see
joint.
Yeah, there's a bamboo joint. There's it's one of the connected shapes, because if white pushes through, black can answer and connect his stones up. This is basically a forcing move. If white continues with something like this, or actually something like this, then white can sort of encircle this black
This
stone.
would just be profitable.
It would be big. So we can expect black to probably answer once here. And this would be turning into a black territory now.
So one of the interesting things that happens is that these kind of moves they're not banging up right against each other like some of these other ones. So that where there's clearly a fight, these are sort of look more peaceful, but they're actually the fight is implied, right?
White is sort of trying to encircle black. That an attack is to surround your opponent. So this black group is at the present time it's looking at escape routes to the right and also to the upper side. And black just didn't want to spend a move to do something stupid like this. Instead, black would sort of like to encircle this white stone so as to move around the necessity of connecting there and just avoid it.
And at a professional level, you're really taught to just hate bad shape.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I mean, so give us some examples of I think you just did one.
Well, even this would, although
that's just...
as far as shape is concerned, it's not so especially bad. This would be actually another bamboo joint. But it's a lot of stones clumped together to basically do nothing. And that would, it would slow down black's movement as a whole, because it would make this kind of thing even more, it would become sort of realistic now.
Because black still has no eyes.
And so instead of being called bad shape, it would just be really inefficient, because when black does eventually take these 2 stones with something like that, and there is a real possibility that white would allow that to happen now. Black has all these extra moves that black did not really need, connecting his stones, because if black's going to capture these stones, he doesn't need any of this extra stuff. He could just capture it without the connections. So that's why black wants to avoid, it would just be inefficient.
Right.
Efficiency is a big deal in the Go.
And you don't want to use a lot of stones to capture a few.
Here we go.
There we go.
Black answered this. It's going to get fun now.
Oh, there we go. Yes. There's right.
So because black sort of dodged to the left here, to the right here, the drawback of this is that it sort of pulled white with him, and so there was some damage done to black's potential in the center here.
So white is satisfied.
Maybe white
right?
is either white is satisfied or white doesn't see any good follow-up, because if white does try to surround this black group, if white plays something like this, black can play something like this. We're not really seeing white surrounding black very efficiently, and we can see that these black stones here always there's a double threat here. So white would really like to have a double threat against these stones, but they're sort of well connected. So there's not that. So just chasing from this side would make it easy for black to get a good shape in the center and almost have eye shape already. So that would be a bit slow. Now black had the option to maybe play a kind of a direct attack. This would be another shape that you see a lot. This would actually probably allow white to live relatively easy. Something like this, or since black has this extra stone here, this would be a common shape to close white in.
Right.
And white would have some moves, would dodge into the corner a little bit. Usually white can live with this sequence. With this stone here, it might be more natural for black to play a capping move because of this stone, it's relatively easy for black to hem white in. And again, white would be using moves like this to try to make a life. There would be a zillion variations to this that I probably shouldn't go into them very much.
But just a basic concept, and this is both for folks that know the game and people that are just coming to it, is, you know, if you can run away, like if there wasn't a stone here where you can just
like
jump out.
Like if black played something like that,
right,
then white would be able to jump out
just
and
run
probably
away.
Escape.
Right.
And eventually connect up to this one or towards these stones. And then if black got really nasty and tried to stop that, then there would be a kind of a fight here. Maybe white could twist that into an attack against the black stones in the center.
Right. Or the other thing is once you are enclosed,
there's no escape route. And well, if you can make some territory on the side here, which could happen if white sort of slides into the corner, then if you have a territory which can be divided into what we call two eyes, a shape sort of like this when white takes the two stones,
right,
then it's going to be okay. Then you will have a live group.
And this is one of the things that is so exciting about the game when you get. So it was interesting. So black responded.
I was sort of building up to the game position because black played a different move.
Yeah.
This move is not a direct attack.
Yeah.
It still is going to be difficult for white to sort of break out and connect up to these stones because they're so far away. So what this move is doing is it's sort of indirectly surrounding this stone, and at the same time, a stone in this vicinity will make a difference when white peeps here. Like the hole here is half closed. Even when you do something like this and like this move is going to be coming into play. So it's protecting that weakness a little bit, and it's doing something. Let's see. It's making some progress in territory on the left side. This kind of move will be forcing usually. If we assume that it's forcing, or this kind of move will be forcing like this. So black is fixing his shape here, making his shape better here, while white is trying to do something on the upper side. So it's a move that is accomplishing something maybe more than this kind of move. Now I'm sort of expecting white to continue on the upper side with a move. Maybe this is one of the moves that white is looking at. Otherwise, white is looking at a move like this, which would involve potentially a ko. Like if black is doing nothing at all to counter that, then white can start to build some eye space with something like this. And we can see a kind of an eye developing here, maybe an eye developing here. In some cases, there would be an eye developing here.
Right.
So this kind of diagonal shape is really good when you're trying to build eyes. If black doesn't want that to happen, black would play an Atari here. And you don't want to make a blob like this.
Even I can tell that's ugly
Even
shape.
you can tell.
Even I can tell.
Great. You're getting stronger, Chris. But if
by the
white
time
plays
this match
like
is over,
you're learning from AlphaGo maybe. If white plays a move like this, then we have a shape which is called a ko, and black can take.
and it goes back and
if white
forth.
takes back, it goes on forever. So when black takes this, the rules say that white has to play elsewhere once.
You can't play back
You can't
right
play
away.
directly. You have to play one move elsewhere before you can take back. White did not do that. So that's one move that white is sort of looking at.
Oh, nice. Nice shot.
And I was going to say there's a third kind of thing where white is sort of looking at an attachment move against this stone, and that's what white did. This is pretty interesting. A move you often see is this kind of attachment, and if black goes for the one stone, white will cut here maybe. If black can actually capture this stone, but in return, white will be getting forcing moves like this one and this one. And sort of, although this white stone is being captured, it's not a failure for white, because white is building a foundation to move towards the corner like this, or to move towards the center with something like this. So this would be a good exchange for white. That's the case in which white has played an attachment underneath. So that's something that some players will quite often on the right.
And I always have a hard time. I mean, so what's the thinking between the attachment underneath as opposed to the attachment on top?
Basically, the first thing you have to think about is what happens if your opponent tries to kill that stone. Like if black went like this, for instance, and white went like this, and black went like this. Black would probably be able to kill this stone. And white would allow that to happen because white would be getting moves underneath, which would give white some room to make life on the side of the board.
I see.
So basically, you're playing the attachment with the assumption, one of the first assumptions you make is that your opponent will try to kill that stone. And so you play it quite often on the opposite side of the side that you want to move out in. Because you're going to sacrifice that one stone and get moves on the opposite side. So black pulling back here, this means that if black went after the one white stone, white would be playing moves on the side here. So black's saying, no, I'm not going to let you do that.
Lee is left. Do you think he's taking a smoke break, or?
I don't think he smokes. Maybe he's gone to the bathroom or something. Maybe he got excited.
It's a key part of the game, and this is...
A lot of players, well, partly it's because it's such a long time that you have to keep your concentration. Some people say that it's impossible to concentrate for hours on end and that you have to take a break. And some players actually do that, just stand up and walk away from the board and think some pleasant thoughts, hopefully, for a while, or just go to the bathroom or something. Wash your face.
Not something AlphaGo has to do.
AlphaGo doesn't get to do that. Yeah, poor guy. And yeah.
So, just a reminder that this still has the...
There is still some potential there.
Has to finish this first,
as the number of black stones increases, it will be less and less likely for white to live in that corner.
Okay.
But for the time being, there's still some real potential for an invasion here.
Okay. But white has to handle this first.
As this situation changes, this will change from a life shape to maybe a ko. And with more black stones in the area, eventually the potential for white will disappear. So since white has chosen to invade this side, we can expect the fight to start from here, and eventually white doesn't have a very high percentage of hope to invade this corner anymore. Because the flow of stones from this side will probably erase that potential. But we have to wait to see how that develops. So.
Right. Now, what are white's options here in terms of, I'm assuming, does he
well, this exchange here, since black refused to give white to go after this one white stone, it has become a kikashi, a good exchange towards the center. If you're looking at the center of the board, this is a positive exchange for white. So when white does something like this, white does have more space, and as white stones are added onto this group, we can see that it begins to make eye space too. So the kind of shape move would be to do something like that. The question is whether that's good enough, because there's still a lot of distance between that white group and this.
And I'm a little worried because this...
And that is closed off already. That's the meaning of the black move here. It's not only protecting the corner, it's closing off this side. So white would really like to get an extra eye maybe towards the corner. So white is still thinking of moves like this, or like this to sort of encroach into the corner. This would be no good anymore, because black would allow white some profit here, and that would make it very difficult for the white stones here. So that would be a mistake. This has more potential. I'm sort of leaning towards the idea of white playing something like this.
Well, it won't get settled, right? But the idea is
it won't. This will be most likely black will turn it into a ko. Black could try to avoid a ko. For instance, like if black played moves like this, or just quit the ko at some point and played something like this. So black can avoid the ko, But it's not usually done because when black does something like that, white is getting a lot of forcing moves from outside. And it makes it much easier for white to get some momentum in running out. Even if white does something like this or even something like that.
It's a little too easy.
There's a lot of white
right?
stones there. It looks like white's going to be able to escape in this variation. And so in actual practice, sorry.
Whoa.
I'm getting
it's a
fancy
9-down move there.
I'm used to dropping stones. That's something I have a lot of practice in. So in actual practice, black will play the ko, which will be difficult for white also because white has to play a move elsewhere first. And in this ko, just connecting here, which wins the ko, is not good enough because it's not white really needs to play the follow-up move here. And then even if white manages to force here, we have to take in consideration that white has just played 2 moves, so there's an extra black stone somewhere around here. And white has to play moves like this to continue the ko. So we have a total of 3 moves before white can win the ko. It takes white a lot of effort to win this ko.
Cost.
There's going to be a cost. So there's a lot of variations that can happen. There's the possibility that white can go on and win the ko, taking a lot of damage somewhere else in the board. Or there's the possibility that white can allow black to win the ko and get 2 moves in a row somewhere
So he's just gone for the simple 1
He just ran away.
Yeah.
And black will continue to attack this group, I believe.
And I assume that there's some profit in the attack for black.
Well, it's difficult to take profit. Usually you can take profit in attacking because you have some open space somewhere else on the board, or you have another weak group to make a double attack. And we just look around at the neighboring groups. This is a white territory. It's somewhat less than 15 points after black has played here. Maybe more like 13 points, but in any case, it's a secure live group. So it's a strong group. Look at this group. It has an eye here. This is called a ponnuki, even though it's on the edge of the board. White has about 3 eyes already, so he has eyes to sell. And this is another strong group. This group is 100% alive too. So all of white's remaining groups are 100% alive. Black has to accomplish something locally. So this is for an attack, it's an unusual position because usually in an attack you're looking to take profit elsewhere. But white's territories are pretty solid. Black's territory here is, getting close to being established. It's not 100% territory yet. I think there's still some potential for a white move here at some point, but it's sort of getting to be unlikely. So that alone is not satisfying for black. But black doesn't have any other areas in the board where black can take profit. So basically, black wants to get a severe attack against those white stones as he can. Let's take another look at the territory.
Yeah.
White has about 15 points here. I was saying less than 15 points
Maybe
there.
13.
So 13, 28. And this is more than 5 points now, but I don't really know how much more. Let's call it 6 points. 34. And then white has about 10 points here. This is still, it can be like if white plays something like that, that will link up to this territory and make the whole thing more like 25, 35. About 35. So if I'm calling this 10 points, that's 25. So 8 points, or it can go down a few points. So it's probably a bit more than 25. So I was saying 34. Let's call it, oh, sorry, I was adding this. So it's 34, 45, about 45 to 50 points maybe. Assuming this is black's territory, it's about 25, 27 points.
Okay.
And then black has about 7 points here. So that's 30, let's call it 35. A few points here, which are not defined really yet. If black plays a move here, that will be a good 10 points. So 45, am I right? 45?
Yeah.
45 and some points here. And so it looks like just doing nothing is probably not good enough for black as far as territory is concerned, but black has to sort of chisel out a few points while sort of harrying this white group.
And
it looks like it's going to be a close game again.
Because black has to pay the Comey.
And so it plays this move. Locally, it's a forcing move again. It's a thick move.
For the
Yeah, if black plays again here, that what I was calling 13 points is mostly black territory now.
Right.
So it's a 20-point move. So white will probably pull back here. It's also possible to play here, in which case black cannot jump into white territory. But there is a territorial loss underneath when white does that. So white's territory will decrease. This is better as far as territory is concerned. This is better in that it leaves some potential here, which doesn't work yet, but white can, for instance, peep it sometime. Otherwise, white could play a move downwards, which would also...
I was wondering about this one.
That one or that one, which will also get rid of that. But also, it would be this is actually a real possibility.
Okay.
But he played the crawling move. This is another way white can play. Now, if black is going to answer that, like this, now white plans to play here, and we've gotten rid of the problem of a possible black move over here, because now it doesn't work. And also, this is sort of put an accent on the potential cut here, which is a bit more severe now.
Because these are potentially attackable.
They could be potentially, well, yeah, white's in trouble for the time being, but black doesn't want these moves, these stones to be cut off either.
Right. So I'm just wondering if black is planning just a sort of wholesale.
Well, the easiest way to win would be to kill those stones. Usually that doesn't happen.
And so
it's
knowing AlphaGo.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty hard to kill the whole thing. But it involves a lot of reading. I can't really say offhand. Yeah, black played here. And now you see if white cuts, black will be able to play here. Looks like black's going to win this semi, this fight to capture. So white comes underneath. Now if black pushes through or plays something like that, white will be able to win the semi after a cut here.
Right.
So black plays here to reduce white's territory. Maybe black will continue with this, after which white has a choice of playing here or here. So this was not playing here was not very attractive to black, because white would play here and have the cutting point to look at. So instead, AlphaGo played here and can force again with this, forcing white to a low position. So it's reducing white's territory. This move that white played is reducing black's corner territory. So in that, it's sort of an even trade. Mm-hmm. Black does have a very thick shape here, which is what black was trying to do to start with. And they haven't played this exchange yet. Locally, that seems to be a reasonable exchange. Mm. Okay.
They were just waiting for you to finish the analysis.
Oh, right. Yeah. Very polite of them.
And just a small question of technique for the stronger players out there.
Well, that looks like it has one or two more points of territory.
But I assume it gives more play.
There's a cut here that black could play immediately. And what does white do? If white plays here, black can extend here. And there is some local problem. Now, if white tries to protect these stones somehow, there's already this kind of move. And if white plays on this side, black will cut here, and we can see these three stones being cut off. If white plays this side, black will cut here. And these stones all of white's stones are in danger. There's going to be a ko here.
Okay.
Yeah. So white has to answer.
It's just not worth it.
Let's do another variation. I'm getting momentum here.
You are. You're getting.
And now when this happens, white's going to win the semi, but black has these forcing moves that add on, and white has to put stones in.
Right.
And we can see that black has 1, 2, 3 liberties. White has 3. Just the simple count there shows that white has to put 1 stone in. And actually, in practice, white would put the stone in here, so white has a good move. But just the fact that black has all these forcing moves in reserve is bad. It also makes a difference here because white has a sort of a lack of liberties there. So it's much better for white to play straight.
Right.
It looks like it's a 2-point gain to play outside, but it doesn't work in this case.
Too much trouble. Yeah.
So black played here. So black's, I don't really know if AlphaGo is trying to kill the white group yet, but this kind of either way, because black will be cutting off small parts of the group as black attacks. So there's the potential that black can attack and take little pieces of territory in the process while chasing white and get some enough territorial profit to win the game that way. So that
Which would be AlphaGo's style.
yeah, well, any strong player looking at this white group would like to think they could kill it.
Right.
But the way to attack it would be to be taking profit while attacking,
Okay.
and sort of hoping to kill it if white tried to do
lets it die,
something too
right.
fancy. Yeah.
Right.
So it looks like a reasonable. This is the place where if white plays a number of moves, white has a potential eye here. So this is the place that will eventually be an eye for white. So a move like this, or a move like this kind of move, this is what sort of sprang to my mind for me. This kind of move would be taking away white's eye space. So this move is basically the same meaning. Now white has a choice of, white doesn't really want to try to save
Right.
this stone.
Right.
Like this kind of move would just allow black to push through, and this side is much more important. So white has a choice of playing something like this, or something just simply like this. It's one of the two.
Played your first one.
Okay, yeah.
That's nice. That's very stylish.
And if black cuts here, white will have a forcing move either on the left or on top. So white has these two forcing moves. This one, taking the one black stone is not necessarily good. So maybe black will extend towards the center in this case. So I'm sort of leaning towards when white does play it, playing this one, but the weakness being there's a hole there. So this is a good time for white to sort of play some multi-purpose move, maybe like something like, I'm still sort of
I was
wanting to see
wondering
white
if
play
that,
this
if
move.
that's still.
I'm still wanting to see white play this move maybe. Something like this would be making potentially some extra eye space, and there would be some pressure on black over here. And this would enable white to play the forcing move from above because now white's connected. But we don't really know that black's going to allow that because now that black has stones here, there's the potential that black will push through here. And that would maybe lead to a trade.
So let's just do a quick time check and reintro. You are watching the Google DeepMind challenge match. So we did a deep dive there in the game because it's at a critical moment. I'm Chris Garlock. I'm with Michael Redmond, 9-dan professional. Strongest North American born professional, only one to make 9-dan.
Yes.
And closing in on 600 tournament wins.
Yeah, that's no big deal.
It's impressive. And we're here, this is the second game in the challenge match between Lee Sedol, one of the top Go players, Go masters in the world, and AlphaGo, the artificial intelligence Go software that burst on the scene in a blaze of glory just a few months ago in January after a secret match with the top European professionally Fan Hui.
Yes.
So I mean, the Go world, to say the Go world has been a Twitter would be a serious understatement. It's been 2016 has just been a historic year. So two things. One is it's been a historic year for Go, but it's pretty clear that for the AI community.
Definitely, yeah. As far as Go programs is concerned, it's a huge step forward because the previous ones were just amateur strength and not so strong anyway.
Right,
yeah.
weak amateur strength.
Well, it was like they had weak points that could make them weak amateur strength.
Right.
But if they were allowed to play their own game, maybe they were about 5-dan amateur, which is pretty good, I guess.
Right.
But having a pro-level program is a huge step forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's so this is the eyes of the world are on us, and this is pretty much
this way. Instead of cutting the one stone, which is sort of a stone that white is willing to give up,
right.
Black is going straight for the cut. I don't know if black is actually going to cut all the way. Like if white plays something like this,
it's pretty much driven.
black
isn't
can
it?
cut, but can also play something like this, just sort of to
Make him
take
profit
away
in the
white's
corner.
eye space. And if white is trying to save everything, then the next move would be a kind of a encircling move like this, which could be dangerous for white.
That looks scary.
Otherwise, black could be actually going for the profit, in which case there's some danger for black in the corner, and there's some danger for white in the center, so it could actually lead to a trade. This would be the more natural way to do it. And so this is one way the game can proceed. Otherwise, Lee Sedol is thinking right now. He could be thinking of moves like this or like this, which are more oriented to a trade, basically. Like if black cuts
Sure,
here,
yeah, how does, yeah.
white could switch to the corner like this. And if black takes here, white would play the Tari once. We can see a kind of a trade developing here in which white gets some points in the corner.
That's
And
clever.
black is getting the outside. So this could be something that Lee Sedol is thinking about.
Both could be reasonably happy with this.
We don't really know if, no, I don't think,
Oh, he connected on the top.
I don't think black would have allowed this particular variation, but something like that is something that could have happened.
Okay.
So instead, white connected here. And I'm expecting to see AlphaGo play the
think
cigar
just the,
extend there.
yeah.
Because cutting here will allow white to cut here. If black takes, let's assume this kind of shape. White can break into the corner on a fairly large scale now. Because if black runs
the whole
away,
corner, right?
yeah, and here. Something like this. The whole corner can probably afford to throw away these 5 stones on the outside.
Because they're just stones.
Mm-hmm. So this isn't how black wants to play.
Yeah. All right, I'm supposed to play playing
You're
the ones
allowed to
over
play in
here.
the
I
upper
can
left
play-
corner. I'll give you special permission.
All right.
Yeah.
So
now, yeah, that's a good move. So there's also the benefit that this black shape is connected.
Right.
So black stones here are all solidly connected. There is a weakness here which is not so
I've
important
been
anymore.
wondering about this. Is it? It's,
Well, you know, if white plays here,
Yeah, yeah.
black still has exits to this side. And also, like, if black plays something like this, although white can capture these stones are still weak. So when black plays something like this on the outside, white has to go back there at some point. So there's still potential for black to sort of circle around that attack. So white really needs some stones on the outside like this before this becomes severe. Like if white has 3 stones on the outside like this, or even
the
just
whole
these
thing.
2, then this becomes a real threat. But as long as black can circle around on the outside, it's not very important.
Does white have time to?
That's the question. If white plays here,
Connect.
white doesn't really have an eye on the side. White
Right.
has a potential eye there, which is sort of hinging on a ko, actually. But white has a potential eye there, but maybe not very much room to make eyes on the outside. So this looks a bit dangerous for white, because just the one eye is not enough. And that eye is sort of conditional anyway. So I'm sort of expecting Lee Sedol to play something in the center instead. Something like this would be a kind of a natural.
And he could play that 2-space jump off
sorry,
of there.
1 space away.
Nice.
One of these would be looking next at a move here. I thought it would be sort of more nice looking to do it diagonally like this. This would look sort
And it
of
goes
like-
back to what we were talking about.
And then again,
yeah.
forcing black to play this something around here, which is a bit painful. This is the same thing. If white plays here next, black will be forced to play something in the vicinity eventually, which will be sort of painful for black. So I'm sort of expecting AlphaGo to maybe play something directly. Otherwise, this is a very big move.
It's
It's a
Can
very
you put a
big move
value
that
on
is worth it.
that move?
But basically, black would, you want a value for it? It's more than 10 points,
Yeah,
12, 13
yeah.
points. But there's the added value that it makes all of these stones strong. So there's value on this side that this group is 100% strong now. And there's value on this side when something happens inside black's territory. The fact that these stones are alive will make a big difference. So it
that helps
decreases,
over there.
it decreases the chance of white invading the corner. The actual variation would be very difficult to, but I have the feeling now that this is not going to work for white. Yeah. Black would really like to play some moves here, something like this. We don't really know. I don't really know how much of this would be forcing though, because at some point white would switch to that move over there. So AlphaGo didn't do that,
Just takes the.
and so this continues. So white got a nice shape in the center in return for the black territory on the upper side.
So we need to recalculate now.
Well, if we're calling this a black territory, then it's, let's see, it's 8, 20, 30, 33, 45, 47, about 47 points.
47.
So that if we're calling that a black territory, we would count it sort of like this. So it's 47 points.
Okay.
And then 7 points there, so it's 54.
54.
And really, this is pretty small territory. It could be 5 or 6 points for the time being.
Okay.
So 60,
60, let's
around
call it
number
60.
60, just,
All right.
just to make it easy for me.
All right.
And that there's probably 13 points because this is usually, it's forcing for white usually, and almost never forcing for black. So we'll call that white's forcing Yosei. So that makes it 6, 8, 10, 13 points.
Okay.
Let's call it 13 points.
13.
So added 6 or 7 points there, so make that 20, 35, 45. White's still at 45 with a potential of more here. What was I saying black has?
60.
60. So black has a lead in territory now. A lead of more than 10 points.
Minus the Comey.
Minus the Comey, yeah. But that still leaves some. So white has to gain some more points while black is protecting these stones, I think. Unless
can
you
we
can pull this
say-
off. Let's see what happens here. Let's just try this.
See if there's something
Wow.
there.
Black just played here. Let's forget the upper right corner for the time being. This is a counterattack. Like playing moves like this, and this would still, later black would be forced to play another move to prevent something like this. This kind of play would be a bit painful for black because then later on when white does stuff in the corner like this, if black is dependent on this connection, black would have to play submissively here too. And then eventually like this just to maintain its connection. Then eventually white would be forcing with moves like this, threatening to cut here. So white would get all sorts of extra positive effects just by forcing black to play all these useless points to connect. So I was wondering what black was going to do about that.
And useless points has a great
Dame.
Japanese. Dame.
Yeah.
Dame is good. It's a
They're
great-
just bad points.
Yeah.
So instead, AlphaGo played here. This is sort of refusing to play the Dame points here. Moving out into the center, getting rid of any potential white territory here, more or less. It's not a perfect connection here. So there's some danger there. But black is attacking white first. Black is still attacking this whole white group. You know, I really think that my move was better to play here and then to play something like this or this. That gives white a much more resilient shape, especially if white plays here. There's what they call, there's more spring to white's shape. It's more resilient. It's more resilient. This is a kind of a straight shape. And when black plays here, it really looks, there's some more potential for black to sort of close white in.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because here.
Yeah, this way.
Here,
It's, and
that's
also,
nicer.
and when white does something like this, there's more space here,
Right.
whereas this is less. So I sort of like this move that I was leaning to more than this move. It's a better shape.
So
Quite a sharp counterattack. I like this move. And again, why don't we, Lee Sedol's thinking a bit, right?
he is thinking.
He's thinking about what to do about this move. He seems to maybe have a potential here, but probably black's going to counter with this. You can see that this is sort of bad shape for white. Black will continue here. White plays here. So this exit is sort of not working quite yet because white has bad shape here, and this whole group is still in danger. And saving this group and also this group, which is cut off here, makes white sort of busy. It's just too busy for white, maybe. So the other possibility is to move out on that side. But even if white plays a move like this or this, it's still, there's still the potential of getting cut off. So black is hoping to make some forcing moves here, reinforce his group here. Maybe not capture the white stones, but force white to connect up along here. And then maybe play a move in the upper right corner. Let's just take a look at the upper right corner. This is a big problem they have here, both of them. But, and so they're going to be playing in the center for a while.
We'll let them worry about it, and let's go. I want to see what can white do
now,
in the
this is a
corner.
forcing move that black will usually answer here. This is a forcing move
Sand,
that,
right.
well, sometimes black will play here,
just
black
give
cannot
it,
descend.
right.
But black would like to be able to play here. And at this point, white has some options. Anything slow like this is not good enough because this is going to die. Black has a perfect shape here and can cover like this. So this is no good for white. The next thing you think about is this move, in which case if black tries to block the side here, this is going to be a kind of a double peep move. This is bad shape for black. Black might try to kill with this, in which case usually white would be able to make eyes on that side, but we can see that white doesn't really, all of these black stones crunched together will make it sort of difficult for white. And this becomes maybe a semi-eye between the white group and these black stones. Actually, it looks like white might have some potential here, because the black stones here are not very strong either.
We've got some...
Okay, white made a move. And so there still is, at this point, some potential for white to invade the upper right corner, I think. So then the attachment here wasn't working. This way, white is thinking of playing here. The connection here is maintained, whereas this way, white's cutting stone got cut off. So this one is more well connected to the white stones.
And
he's going to cut here.
Right, cut.
Yeah. In this fight, it helps that the white group here is so strong.
Right. Man, it's just...
Getting exciting again, huh?
Yeah. It hasn't been unexciting for like... What move are we on now? Do you know what move we're on? It's...
We've passed 100 moves. I think it's something like 104.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there hasn't been a quiet move. Nobody's giving an inch.
Well, yeah. Black was playing very strongly here, and white has played the strongest counterattack. Now, if black wants to run away with these stones, it would be something like that. But it looks like white has some potential to counterattack these two stones. So this is one of the lines that the players would be reading at this point. Otherwise, if black plays something like this, this way.
Really?
And white plays something like this.
Yeah.
Well, actually, white will...
I'll push first.
Maybe push first. I'm not very sure of myself here. Let's try pushing first. This is going to be fun. And then here... Now we can see that the whole black group here is...
Yeah, it's...
if black plays here, then white will capture the group with this.
Right. One liberty.
If black plays here, white will still capture the group with this. Obviously, AlphaGo will not play that way.
Nice.
A better move would be to play here, in which case, if white is slow in whatever he does, this is going to be a forcing move next. So white has to start here. Black plays here. White cuts here. Black plays here. White plays, this is Atari, so white plays here. If black connects, white will cut and the whole thing dies. But black can play here. This will make a ko. In this case, it's sort of important that white takes first because black doesn't have any ko-threats. There's no valid ko-threat overall that is big enough
not
to make
for
up
that. That's 1, 2,
So all of this is
that's
bad
like
for
25
black.
points.
So yeah, this is all stuff that AlphaGo is
Right.
not going to do. Oh, sorry. So yeah, either black is going to push through here. Oh, he did. Okay. The other option would be to play something on this side first.
Right.
But he pushed through here. Lee Sedol, instead of playing here, if he had played here, it would have been like this. And these stones would be too important to throw away, so white would continue here. Then we'd see black play something in the center like this. It looks like it might be a bit complicated, because now black has some extra liberties to make these stones stronger. And this side is all connected up.
Right,
so it's okay.
and I assume that there's still...
And there's still the problem with those stones and the problem with these stones. So that would maybe be a bit too much for white. So instead, white went through here. And then black played here. Okay, we're approaching what looks like it might be some kind of a peaceful end of that fight. Black still has a connection by ko in this area. So I'm sort of evaluating the strength of this black group here. If black plays here, white can still cut it off here. So there's 2 cutting points.
But it's almost
Same if black
out.
plays here. It's almost out. When it's almost out, you have to look at the other connection too. If black plays here, white can play here, and this is going to be a ko. When black plays here and white plays here, there's going to be a ko fight here. So this is a place where black has a connection by ko as a last resort. He's not going to be happy when he does it, but there's a last resort there. And black has what looks almost like white can attack with moves like that. But, and it could get a bit painful for black. But for the time being, black does have some potential to save his stones. So the question is black going to put another stone in there or not? Okay. So what is this? What is happening here? By playing here, this is basically, it is sort of connected up to the stones here because it threatens to cut here. Actually, cutting here immediately would capture the 1 white stone, but it wouldn't be very good.
It's not important.
Because white gets to play on the outside. And the space here in the center of the board is more important than just taking this one stone. So black plays here. Next, black can play here and cut the white stone and also control the center area here. So if white connects here, black is planning to maybe pull back or jump here to connect up to the side. So more or less a loose connection.
Right.
And eventually to play something like this to cut the white group off.
So this is not even, this is still middle game.
There's still going to be some fighting in the center of the board. And I'm still concerned about what might happen in the upper right corner because depending on the way this fight develops, it can be black territory as it stands. Like if there was a black stone added somewhere around here, that would change the status of this corner.
Wow.
And it would become maybe a black territory. I think a stone around here would turn this into a black territory. So something like that could change it into a black territory. Even as it stands, it looks to me like white can make trouble in the territory.
So you got to explain to me. I don't understand. So how does something out there? Why can't you do the other stuff?
Let's just do a variation here, since we seem to have some time. When black takes away white's eye space in the corner here, it all depends on whether white can make something on this side with a move like that. And then the strength of these black stones.
That's threatening to...
It's threatening to move out. So any black stone, it really is a matter of... A black stone in the vicinity here should make a difference.
Okay.
Like even if black just plays here, it makes a difference. Or maybe black can play something a bit more aggressive here.
Just to take away the eyes.
Yeah, to take away the eyes. I'm not really very sure of myself. Just the 1 stone alone might not be good enough.
Right.
But since we have a fight developing here or continuing in the center, there is the potential that black can get some extra stones along this line. Like even if white plays here and black plays here, we're already starting to see some black stones line up. And so a few stones in the area here will make that difference to the upper right corner.
That's amazing because it's still just locally. If you simply look at the local thing, it looks
it's still
open.
looking bad for black. For the time being, the center fight is so important that white does not have time to play this right now. Let's see. It's really very hard to assess the score in this game because there's so much fighting happening still.
Well, let's just do a quick. I mean, this was.
Well,
this is still
the territories
50,
are the same as they were more or less
Nothing's
before.
really changed.
That's still about 13 points, and this is still less than 10 points and more than 5 points, so that's about 20 points together. And then this is around 15 points as it is, and this is about 10 points as it is. So that's 25 more points, so that's 45 points for white. But then, of course, if there's a white play here, which is actually smaller than the upper right corner, but white play here would add about 10 points to that. So it's 45 to 55 points.
Right. I think we said black had about 60.
Yeah, black has, let's see, if we count that as territory,
47, I think
I'll just go through it once more. It's 20, 30. This is a good 50 points, and then some points here and some points here. So black is above 60 points. as it stands. And with the fighting continuing in the center, we don't really know what's going to happen to this black territory. This is a black territory which we can be pretty sure of. It's going to be 7 or 8 points, whatever happens. But we can't be very sure of this territory yet, because there is still a bit of a weak point here. This is one thing that white might come up at some point. For the time being, it's not going to work. If black connects here, white's plan is to connect underneath here. But if black plays underneath, for the time being, it's not going to work. But this kind of stuff could have an effect on the fight in the center. White will lose the fight here, but we'll get some stones on the outside, which could make a difference in the center here. So this invasion here, although it doesn't really work locally, is something that could become an issue at some point.
So
and we have Lee Sedol. He played a move, didn't he? He jumped. Okay, so white is continuing the fight here in the center and putting some pressure on the black stones. But he also has to worry about the gap here in his connection. So like it's feasible for white at some point to be playing one more move in this general area to make this a connected shape. This is a nice move and a jump. It's good enough to be connected. This stone is going to be difficult to swallow up whole, because white has to, in order to attack this stone, white can't do anything like this, because that would be just that would just die.
Okay.
So that doesn't work. So white has to start here, which means that if black plays here, then white has moves like this or this that can possibly cut black off. But if black jumps here, then these two stones are already connected, and they're close enough to be connected. But this stone is, even if white cuts it off, it might not be very important. Like if black plays like this, black can maintain his connection here with this move. White can capture the one stone, but it's not going to be very important. In fact, it could have a bad effect on the whole game position, because it would weaken white's connection here. So that's something that white is not even going to try to do. Okay, he played my move. But I'm sort of unhappy because he lost the first game playing my moves too. I'm sort of doing fairly well at guessing Lee Sedol's moves here.
Well, you said you're just like him. Your style's the same.
We're similar in a way.
Yeah.
But not so good when he loses the game, because they're losing moves somehow. But locally, I bet it's a good move anyway.
Yeah.
I like the move. So now white's more or less connected here. Let's see. There is. Let's see. If we get extreme, we can say that black does have a cut here.
Yeah.
But it's not going to work because the black stones in the center are so weak. Like there's probably a number of ways white can just kill it.
I see.
One of them would be this kind of a. This kind of thing would kill the black group. It would be sort of netted just with this. So that's something that's not going to work, and it's not going to work for a while. It's going to take a lot of it's going to take about 2 more black stones to make this move work. Meanwhile, white is sort of threatening this kind of thing. As I said, this is going to be a connection by
I'm still
ko.
looking at this.
So black doesn't want to be depending on that connection by ko, although it does give some extra potential here. It is still a bit painful to be connecting by that ko, because white's going to get 2 moves elsewhere. So I sort of think that the natural move for black would be to put 1 more stone in here. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Wow.
Wow. How do you do that?
AlphaGo is pretty good too.
Just say that and
and then they play.
And they play.
No, we have a radio.
We do actually.
Yeah. So yeah, it's good of AlphaGo to play my moves sometimes. So now this is all
for your
connected
entertainment,
up.
Michael.
Yeah. This is more or less connected now.
But seriously, I mean, these are. I mean, again, this is testament to AlphaGo's strength. That's the move.
And I'm happy to have guessed it right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just shows that it's a strong player. And any move around here would have saved these black stones. Like a move here or a move here, it's a good connection. Even a move here would be good enough to save it. The value of this move is that it's sort of setting up this kind of attack next. So this would not be this would not kill the whole white center group, but it would be a kind of an attack that black would enjoy. Because if white plays on this side, black's going to play through here. The more white tries to counterattack this, this would be a bit dangerous for the whole white group on the left side. So this would be really bad for white. So white has to, if black attacks like this, white has to give in a little bit and give black some profit. So this is by filling the liberty here, by attaching against this zone, black is setting up the next attack. And white played here. Again, this is still, he's sort of looking at the weakness of black's group. Next, white can play this or just immediately here and connect underneath.
It's huge.
There's all sorts of things that white can be trying here, like, well, this is the most direct, yes. Also, white's sort of looking at harassing black with a move like this.
I was just wondering because it's not quite.
Well, it's connected if black plays here, but you know that it could be a bit painful. Or a peep here in some cases, in which case white does have some potential to cut black off. Again, there's some room for black here. I don't think it's going to be directly a very severe attack, but these are things that black has to be worried about, Daria. I'm still very concerned about what might happen in the upper right corner.
Yeah. And also just in terms of just your feel at this point, and I know there's still just so much at play here, but can you say that you have a feeling for one player being ahead, or is it just?
It's pretty close, I think. Yeah. But I think that if white can sort of, I think that white has potential. I would feel. It's very close at this point, but a lot depends on what happens in the upper right corner. There we go. I've seen this move before. So black immediately counterattacked. By counterattacking like this, black hopes to get a better shape here so that he can completely ignore all the problems here. So my assessment will probably be changing with every move.
But this is also, this kind of fighting is also Lee Sedol's
It's
strength,
what he likes to do,
right?
yeah.
I mean, this is in his wheelhouse in terms of what he's good at. So this is a really interesting test for both him and for AlphaGo.
For AlphaGo too, yes.
It's just a straight connection, just keep it simple.
That's straight connection,
yeah.
Actually the strongest move.
Yeah.
In this fight in the center, white does have a weak center group. But on the other hand, white has a very, very strong group on this side. Which means, for instance, when black plays here, and white plays here, and black plays here, usually this would be terrible, because this group would just be split up and cut in pieces. But the fact that white has this strong the I shape here, there's no way this is going to die. So actually, the damage to black is bigger when this kind of thing happens. So that's the meaning of this connection here. In that he's not afraid of being, this side is not afraid. So white can just concentrate on adding stones to this center group. So he's playing very strong attitude. He's saying, I'm not weak. Black is weak. So the players are not really agreeing in their assessment of which side is weaker.
There's kind of an argument going on.
They don't really know which side is attacking. Because black is trying to attack with this move, but Lee Sedol is trying to attack the black group here. Or in an extreme case, let's do this variation once more. When this kind of thing happens, white is looking at cutting points here. And with this thing, he's looking at the weakness here of a kind of a double. Let's say black plays the move here and white pushes through here. Now we're looking at a weak connection here. Now this is just, I'm just showing you a bad scenario for AlphaGo, just because Lee Sedol had such a hard time yesterday. We'll let AlphaGo have a hard time, at least in the diagrams. We can see that there's a weakness here. And then when you look at getting cut off like this would be a disaster for black. And then when you look at the whole thing, black shape here is actually, there's the weakness here, And there's the fact that even if black covers that, there's still a point where white can slide in here. Shape here in itself is not going to be an easy to live shape. It's not going to be easy for black to live there. So white is sort of attacking the black stones in this area and at the same time hoping to attack the entire network of black stones.
Wow. Well, hold the phone. He totally bails. Place.
Well, that's
I get
a
to play
forcing
move. Just because it's over here.
It's so far away, yeah. I don't want to leave.
You just don't want to stretch, do you?
Now, this is going to be a forcing move. Yeah, very good. Now, it's sort of a interesting move to play that and cut.
Really?
But I don't think it really works. This is a kind of a nice looking move because if white captures here, it improves the value of black. Now black can connect without a call. So that's the kind of thing that you would play to trick a weaker player. But actually, white can probably just ignore that cutting move and it's not doing very good. It's not really accomplishing very much. So it doesn't really work. It just is a kind of something that will come up later in the game when white does try to cut and white's liberties fill up. It's something that will be coming up and making a difference maybe at some later part of the game. So it's not really a stupid wasted move.
Is that good timing?
In some cases, when all the liberties get filled up, there are some cases when white would want to pull back and avoid complications.
Right.
So there are some variations in which this exchange will make a difference in how the game is continued. So it's a forcing move that some players would play just to gain a minute of thinking time.
I was just wondering. It's funny. I was exactly just thinking that, and I was just wondering. And again, at some point, we'll have to get some of the team up here. We're probably not this game because I think we're probably out of guest time. But we didn't ask this question yet. We'll have to ask it next time we see the guys.
Does it play moves to gain a minute when it's in overtime?
Yeah.
It probably does. But this move has an extra meaning in that sometimes black might want to cut, and it could make a difference there.
Although AlphaGo has no time problem
AlphaGo
whatsoever.
has plenty of time. That's another reason why it would not be a time-saving move.
Yeah. It's so funny. I forget sometimes but there's a room full of people here, and they're being so quiet.
True. Yeah, they're quiet. Yeah, they're very nice.
And right next door is another room full of folks.
Of Koreans,
also,
yeah.
We're all
Korean
focused
language commentary
on this amazing game. I cannot tell right now. This happened yesterday in the game. I thought the game was wrapping up. I thought Lee was in good shape, and then he wasn't.
Well, AlphaGo took control of yesterday's game. Basically, at the point when it played, I think it was 102, the 100.
Yes.
Past 100 moves.
Yes.
When it invaded the right side, without that invasion,
and then it just
black would have obtained a lead in territory. But I'm really surprised that people are calling that move a non-human type of move because it's a move that people would be worried about naturally. So the variation I was showing, I was telling you it's a bad scenario for black. This is a much safer move. Black is maintaining his connection. Now, although white can maybe at some point play forcing moves like that, actually this move would be a bit dangerous because it could get cut off with this move. And that looks a bit dangerous for white maybe. But white could eventually be threatening black's connection, but with this extra stone here, it's not going to really get into trouble. It's not going to be like what it was before.
What about this?
White can cut this stone off. I don't think this stone in itself is going to be saved. Maybe black can play some forcing moves or find a nice way to throw it away.
It's just too small.
Like if black plays something like that, maybe black can get some forcing moves to the tune of something like this or this, just to reinforce himself in this area. I don't think black's really going to try to, although I don't really know. White might have to play some different order. I don't really know how serious black is about trying to save that stone at this point.
So yeah, I think where you were going is that it was definitely a situation yesterday where after that invasion, you really felt that AlphaGo had a plan, and it pretty much just everything was driven.
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah. Well, in that local fight, it was still a fairly close game. I considered Black 121 as maybe the losing move.
Right.
It was actually a very difficult position already at that point.
Right. You thought it was in trouble that Lee would.
Move that was lost the initiative.
But in this it seems like they're both, you know, you couldn't say that here. AlphaGo.
Well, just sitting here and talking about the game, I have trouble understanding exactly how it's going to turn out. So it's difficult for me to tell you.
But I'm just saying that unlike yesterday, where it feels here like trying to do that, but that Lee is resisting.
He's resisting
much more effectively.
Well, part of the fact is that White has started with a lead in territory, and so and White has very strong groups all over the board, and only the one weak group in the center. So it's he's tactically in that way he's in a stronger position. But there is the fact that the upper right corner still looks vulnerable.
You're going to be so excited when Lee finally plays in that corner.
I don't think he's going to get the chance.
You don't think so?
I think AlphaGo will be able to make the choice of whether it wants to protect or not.
Okay.
Because for the time being, the center is still
too busy.
busy. And the point I was making is that the important black stones are all connected up. And this stone, even if White plays something like this, maybe to sort of circle around it, we're not completely sure that Black is going to need to save that stone. Like Black could maybe play from this side, sort of threatening the weak connection
right,
there. And in some cases, Black would just throw this one stone away. So in this game, Lee Sedol, where did he play? He played underneath here. I was showing you this move. Actually, changing the order is a better move. It's more difficult for me to explain why this is a good move. So I was sort of, I did actually see it.
Okay.
To be honest, I did see it, but this is much easier to explain because it's sort of a forcing move, and then here. Keeping the forcing move in reserve is actually more effective.
Really?
Because when Black plays here, White can peep here. And when this happens, this move that Black has played has become a bad move because White cuts here with forcing and here. So either Black does not want to play that, or when he does play it, he wants to make a kind of a trade. Now the trade is hard to evaluate. This is something that could happen actually, because White's profit here is when Black jumps in here later, the profit is not so big. And Black is getting a little profit back here. The weakness for Black is that his whole position here, when White plays moves like this, or like this, the whole position here is a bit weak on the whole. Black's connection gets in danger and stuff like that. So let's say that maybe Black doesn't want to play here. Now Black's going to, oh, he did play it. But let's just assume that Black didn't want to play that move. Chris, are you paying attention?
I'm sorry. I'm just focused on Lee. He did not hesitate for 1 second.
Well, he has to. Of course. Well, once White has played here, it's obvious that White will continue with this move. Otherwise, why would White start with this?
Okay, sorry. So I'm back.
And the other thing is that if Black plays here, then playing this would be a bad move. It's much better for White to simply extend.
Yeah. This is how do you calculate the value on that?
You compare it to a Black move here.
I see. Okay.
So that's something like almost 10 points of White territory,
right.
At least 6 points of Black territories. But the important part of it is that White might even do something like this first. The important part of it is that White is putting pressure on the entire Black group here. So it's not just the maybe 16, 15 points. It's the fact that this Black group doesn't have eyes now. So when White does stuff like this, the whole area here is going to be in danger. Of course, we're sort of forgetting the center stones, which are still sort of in question.
But they're just
I was
like
sort of expecting
somebody.
Lee Sedol to do something about that
Right.
group, because when black does something like this, the life of the whole white group here, something like this or something like this, or something like this, any move in this area will put the life of white's
where are
group.
white's eyes?
I don't really know.
Is that like a big dragon that's not going to die?
Maybe. Well, you see, once black tries to kill white, black is
the ko.
black will have to continue to cut white with moves like this, whether white plays here or here. Black is forced to cut white. That means that black will have Demis on both sides, a lack of liberties. Like, for instance, on this side, all of this stuff here is going to be forcing for white. On this side, a move here threatens the black stones here. And so once black actually tries to kill white, black has all these liabilities deriving from the cut.
Right, we've played out the...
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And so, and when black is not trying to kill white, if white is putting a stone in here somehow, then of course moves like this would just be ignored by black.
Okay.
Let's get back to the
Yeah,
game.
because all that you said has come to pass, so...
Okay, this variation.
Yeah.
And so in this variation, this exchange, forcing black to play once on the second line, has forced black to play a bad move. And so this is white's territory. Again, it's about in the vicinity of 15 points.
15 points, right.
The reason I'm sort of vague about it is because this black territory was open on the left side anyway.
Right. And it's been that way for a long time.
And so it's really hard to say how many points black had to start with.
But as you were saying before, it's not just about the points.
It's the eyes.
It's also...
And we can see that although this is bad locally, the fact that black has a solid line here of stones, it makes the connection here a bit more safe.
So just to recap,
Okay.
these guys could be in some trouble, but these guys
Are in trouble.
are also in trouble.
At this point, those are the only two weak groups, and
No, just
two groups.
just two huge groups.
Judging from yesterday, it's a small number, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, we generally had about 4 weak groups at a time. So it's a less exciting game, maybe, but it's still very difficult to judge how it's going to turn out. And this, I was saying this was a 15-point territory. This has changed to a 20-point territory. And so white's gained about 5 points of territory and erased the whole black territory here. That was big territorial. So white has a minimum of about 50 points
Right.
now.
So what's at stake in this game today? The second game of the Google DeepMind Challenge match is whether we're going to even the series at 1-all. AlphaGo won the first game, and if Lee can win this, it'll be at 1-all. Or if AlphaGo wins another game, Lee will be down.
Yeah.
Love 2. And in a must-win situation for 3 straight games. So this is really do or die.
Yeah. Now this is a nice thick move. Without this, black will have a very thin shape. After playing this, black has some territory here and has a little extra. An extra thing is that white has to connect here. There is some negative parts to that, like when black pulls out. This move would be countered by this move, and all of white's stones are connected up. Well, this one doesn't really count. It doesn't matter. Pulling back here, if white answers like this would be really bad for white because white still can be cut off here. So locally, white has to answer with something like this. And black can still, in this case, can take away white's eyes with a move like that. So white's not going to die, but black has some potential attack there. If white wants to avoid that, white can play here. And white still has eyes, but we can see that there's a potential, this becomes a forcing move. It increases black's territory here, and white's territory is, I was saying it was about 7 points. It's less than that now. So there was a slight decrease in white's territory here because of this move, sort of indirectly. So let's see. if we call the upper right black territory, so it's 46.7 points on the upper side.
Okay, white is played.
White played here. So that's a protecting move.
Right.
Now the center is not really in danger of being killed.
The timing on
Assuming
that
this
nice.
is black's territory, it's not really black's territory yet. Why don't we have, this would really simplify the game. So that would be about,
really
once black's played here, that would be about 50 points.
Right.
And then there's 7 points there and several points there. Let's call these two about 15 together.
Okay. I'll call it
So
15.
that's 65.
65.
Okay, so white has 20 points here.
Okay.
If black plays here, there's basically no fighting to be done ananymore.
Okay, so then we're into
this
really
would
into
become a
endgame.
fairly big move.
Right.
White might play some forcing moves on the left side, that one. But yeah, that's sort of counted as white's forcing move anyway. That's 13 points, and let's say it's almost 20 points, 40 points. And if white plays here, white has about 60 points. How much did I say black had? 65, right? Mm-hmm. And so white has 60 points, plus maybe what looks like a few points in the center. So assuming nothing happens, this would be a slight lead for white.
So just to recap, folks, and to remind you that you are watching Game 2 in the Google DeepMind Challenge match, we are live here at the Four Seasons in Seoul. Pretty significant game at this point. AlphaGo notched the first win in the first round yesterday, and Lee is potentially, at least from what you're saying, is potentially looking at
well, the meaning of what I said is that black has to find a more
Right.
efficient move than this.
Right. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Well,
That's
this is
a
a
tough-
direct threat to kill those
yes,
white
it
stones.
is. Yes, it is.
And
that is.
since white is protected here, black is not really hoping to kill anything, but he's trying to put some pressure on white and probably sort of thinking of, in the process of sort of putting pressure on white, hoping to get rid of the weakness there.
There's only one move here, right?
White probably usually wants to play here.
Yeah.
There is a possibility of trying to sort of patch the weakness by playing here. It is a thin move. It's sort of forcing though.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
there's a choice there. It would. The normal move would be to just answer like this.
Right. Is there nothing wrong with that? Like just straight.
It's straightforward.
Yeah.
Black's going to be using this forcing move in this direction for a bit. Like for instance, even if black plays something like this, it's going to help this to be forcing for black. So there is some use to this move, while this move is pretty useless. So people will be, Lee Sedol will be thinking of trying, well, black will probably answer it here or here. And still we have some issues here with a weak white shape. Maybe here, but still, yeah, there's the, this one doesn't quite work yet because white can play here. Oh, it does work, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Sorry, that was a hallucination. So this still works, so it doesn't really help white, does it?
So this is not really working.
So it doesn't really help. So yeah, white probably does have to play this way.
I'd read that out.
Oh yeah, of course.
No, because this is such an elegant move, mm-hmm. But it
doesn't work. Yeah.
Makes me nervous.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the other move would be here, which is probably not as good as this one. It's also a connection, but it's not as good as this one.
These are the kind of games that can, even for the strong players out there, just headache-inducing. The calculation and the constant.
A lot of difficult calculations.
Right.
Well, you have areas like this, which are not really worth anything anymore.
Right.
But you have to play them eventually.
That's right. And I'm wondering if now, the calculating. And now it feels like it really is, eyeball to eyeball with, Lee Sedol's, years of calculating up against AlphaGo with all its neural net and being able to calculate out. And as we were told earlier, it's not looking to win by 20 points or 10 points. It's it'll if it can get a high percentage of having a half-point win, that's what it's going to do. And Sedol is doing that too. Now we have a moment actually, and some years ago now actually, we just pulled this story up recently. Had actually spent a while sort of.
Well, I felt I had a poor end game. You're talking about that, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
And so I was
since we're now into the end game.
I was doing real game problems and just the final 50 moves. Well, I started with 30 moves actually, which is really elementary. But when I actually did it for the first time, it was pretty challenging because I had to have the whole board positioned in my mind. And I would just have the figure there, and I would have to think the moves myself without putting them down on the board. Because in an actual game position, you're not allowed to say, what if I play here? You're not allowed to put the stones down, are you? So you have to imagine the moves. And so I would have 30 moves. Most of them were really, at the last 30 moves, you're down to really simple endgame moves like this one would be. But you still have to deal with the weaknesses in shapes, like eventually in this shape, black needs to put a stone in somewhere around here, and stuff like that. And you have to hold the whole board position in your head. And so I started by doing 30 moves, the final 30 moves of a professional game. Preferably someone who I think might be playing a good yosei. And then I would, when I could get the correct result doing that, it was really interesting because I found that the low-dan players were actually making some mistakes, very rarely, but we're making some mistakes in the last 30 moves sometimes.
Really?
And then I went on to 50 moves and 70 moves. 70 moves was at a point where in most professional games, they are not reading it out. Like a strong player will usually read out 50 moves. But usually it's just not worth the time that it consumes to read out 70 moves. When you can play the best move anyway, without reading the whole thing out.
Because and we can use this as an example, right? I mean, this is a classic.
This looks like it's more like over 100 moves maybe.
Okay.
It all
there's
depends
that
on
much left.
Well, it varies. Like if black plays a move like this at some point, that will take 20, 30 moves off the total.
Right.
But otherwise, I think that, and also, like this kind of thing, we would see this becoming white territory. If black plays here, this is going to be filled up with stones, so that depending on how they play will make a big difference, and the number of moves they play also.
So, I mean, this sort of poking at this group, high-level professional games.
This is still
people are not going to die.
Sort of middle game sort of stuff.
Still middle game stuff, but they're really looking beyond this into the end game at this point, aren't they? Right. So in this case, what are the big sort of big order end games that they're looking at?
You look at the territories, and territories like this one, and this one, this white territory, this white territory. You look at them, and you can see that the border lines. They have minimum border lines that cannot be
borderlines as in?
Like, for instance, this one, we can see that this square area here is, apart from the fact that eventually black will be putting a stone in, this whole area here is basically black's territory. So it's just a question of at some point or stuff like that. It's really simple exchange. And again, with this white territory, we can expect something like this to happen at some point, but we know all of this stuff is going to be white's territory, and we can sort of expect that at the very least white will probably be able to play this in forcing.
Okay.
Although we don't know for 100%.
Here's your move. Here's your move.
Oh, here we go. Now, if this invasion, I think that black might end up sort of backing down from this. Either way, maybe play here, white plays here. The safe move for black is to play here.
Right.
Allow this.
And that ends in
now this is at least 16-point
right.
move.
That ends Sente for
It's
for
Sente
black.
for black.
Yeah.
White still has a big move maybe here. And this, again, depends on all sorts of things. After white plays here, there could be a clamp move here, which would be really big. So this is somewhere in the vicinity of 16.
AlphaGo is just is not gonna get.
If black plays here, what I think is that white can live in the corner. And so I'm sort of expecting this kind of thing to happen, in which case this is a 15-point move. I think that if white gets the corner here, white will establish a territorial lead. Of course, white's planning to throw these stones away in return. So it could be could still potentially be an even trade.
Wow.
So if I was black, that's sort of the trade that I would be aiming at, because this looks like it's a fairly large move also. Just taking those stones.
I'm sorry. And so.
If black plays here, this area, these 4 white stones, 5 white stones.
Yeah.
The
I'm
whole area.
just
this
looking
is about
at these,
15.
and these are all.
Well, these are
all okay. They're connected out.
In order to break through here, black has to start at some point by connecting the one stone there. So this is something that could happen.
They've got your sequence. Oh, I see. You just left it there because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, maybe it's going to happen. Something like this. And so black's going to break through here to a certain degree. There could be doing damage to himself on that side. So I'm not sure whether or not black's going to do that.
I was just making sure that
There is some potential, what I was just doing, this move. And here, and here. White has to play something like this to connect up here. And black can still sort of threaten that. And so assuming all of these, there's some weakness for black here. But if we just ignore that, black can sort of break through on this side. The question is what's going to happen here, which is looking a bit dangerous for black. So that's something that might be coming a little bit later. It's something I would be worried about.
We're getting our money's worth.
Okay, good. How much did you pay? This looks like it's like, in order to kill this white group, black would have to go into the corner now.
Well, we looked at this before, and you had said that, with a move out here.
Yeah, like when white plays here,
Right.
black really needs, if white continues like this, this is going to be trouble for black.
Right.
I think a fight to capture would be bad for black. So black really needs a stone here, and we can see that moves like this at least, or maybe even a wedge like this, will be forcing. And it looks like white will have some room to make a life underneath, or even if white just crawls now. Because of the weakness that black has in the center of the board. This is an example of a
We've
life.
got the white is.
Yeah. So
it's
it doesn't
crossed
pay
under.
for black to try to kill this group.
Well, you called that one.
Well, I was worried about that corner for a while. But it's actually, it is less than the 20-point move. It's something like 15, 16 points, I think, for white to connect under. And once he started doing it, he has to go on to the end. So this is a forced sequence for white. Once white starts
You're
this.
saying black can play away now and probably just take.
Naturally, black will play away. This is another case in that the moves are really important in the local area to a certain point. This is true in the opening of the game also. And then suddenly, at some point, which is right now in this case, the value of a local move goes way down. Like locally, black could play here, black could play here. And fairly soon, this is going to be a big move. But right now, it's going to just be very small.
Right.
It's not so far away, but it's still too early.
So what's the calculation for Lee to throw, to toss these in return for that?
I don't really know.
There it goes. There it goes.
Yeah. By playing this, I think one of the things is that it makes it more difficult for black to harass these stones. For instance, if white plays something like this or something like this, then black is sort of inclined to protect the territory that black just got. So white's going to be able to play here and connect up to the left side. So white has more option to do stuff like that to save these stones when black is trying to give white trouble. And also there's the fact that when white does stuff like this, and black gets troublesome and does something like this
Oh, look at that.
and like this, now we are seeing that white is sort of potentially reducing black's center territory there. So there's, and looking at it from the center side, from the right now, when white plays something like that, again, black is sort of dedicated to surrounding this territory, so black's likely to maybe answer it to, or maybe not, but anyway, there's some potential profit for white in reducing it from that side. So although if you just count the territory here at 6 points, 10 points in the stone, 16, 18, about 18 points. So you might think it's a lot bigger than this. But actually there's some positive effects for white in other parts of the board,
and
which make up for it.
See this where with the stronger players, where they'll give you some stones, right? And then make you pay over and over. So by the end of it, you're just like, I didn't really want those stones anyway, you know, because you've paid so much to capture them, you know.
Right, yeah, that can happen. Making use of sacrifice stones. And white's doing it already, right?
Yep. So it almost feels like Lee has is driving the bus a bit.
I think Sedol has a territorial lead, but I'm not really sure, so I should probably try to count again.
Yep, let's count again.
Let's see, let's assume that black plays here and white pushes through. And this might happen. In this case, white, now white has, even this would be forcing. Black would have to answer it here, because next white can play here. Well, I guess not. Maybe white would have to change the order of moves. White would have to play here first. And if black plays here, white can push through and cut.
Oh, nice.
This would be bad for black.
That's gorgeous, yeah.
What I'm trying to say here all revolves about this move.
This is interesting. This is, when you first looked at it, I thought it was a small move.
Well, it is a small move, but white would like to have a kind of a safety rope for these stones here, which are weak in the center.
Yeah, AlphaGo played your move.
Well, so if black plays here, it looks like black gets more territory in the center.
Right.
But it would be really bad to allow that.
Yeah.
So this is sort of a forced move.
So you're thinking this.
I'm not sure that white's going to do it immediately.
Okay.
But the fact that this move would put a lot of pressure on black over there, it sort of adds some safety for white in the center, I think. So now a big move would be maybe this move on the right side. Actually, playing here is actually, although I said it was too early before. It's
2 moves ago?
2 moves ago, yeah. It's getting harder because when white plays here, there's a question of what happens
the clamp.
With the clamp.
Yes.
And we have to figure out whether it works or not. Maybe it doesn't work. Let's take a look.
You talk about the peep and then the hane. Oh dear.
Okay. Now, if black wants to go after these 2 stones he plays here, which would probably be not so good.
This looks a bit disastrous.
And well, I know that AlphaGo will not play this.
Of course.
Yeah. It would probably break down before it plays this way.
It would melt the internet first.
So black will probably
there was a rumor, by the way, I have to tell you, there was, yesterday there was a rumor going around that there was going to be so many people watching it might crash YouTube.
Crash YouTube, that's its next mission, you know. After Lee Sedol, it has to crash YouTube. This looks like it could actually be a bit dangerous for black, although at any point black can take the 2 stones, black doesn't really want to. So if this Hanetsugi here, this endgame move on the side,
it's actually pretty big then, right?
Is forcing, then it's pretty big.
How big?
Oh, it's a kind of a sente
I'm really testing your end game.
Well, you know, it's a forcing move.
Right.
The territorial gain is not really very much compared to this forcing move. This is another way White can do it. Oh, he did it. Oh, good. I was just saying that, Chris, in case you weren't listening.
I was just looking at the time.
You were looking at the time?
It's 3 minutes. Is he worried about that or no?
Well, White's last major decision is probably on how to fix up the shape before he plays the final big Yosei.
And it's just Yosei.
So he has to, and there, on the left side there, everything is relatively simple.
Right.
There's some complicated Yosei here, which is probably, he's probably already worked out, although I haven't.
Wait a minute, I thought you said you were like Lee Sedol.
And then there's this area here, which is at the moment not very big, but there's a lot of space in the center here that they're going to eventually fill up with stones. So there's some endgame moves here. But like it's after this, it's just this area. After White plays here, on the whole, it will just be this area, and the rest will be relatively simple.
And I need to correct myself because yesterday I think I kept saying it was 30 seconds, and I
6
was wrong.
periods,
It's
right?
actually
3 periods of 60 seconds.
yeah, well, 6s and 3s.
I think someone might have misled you, actually.
No, I think it was on me.
Okay.
But in any case, it's 60 seconds, which is plenty of time for this.
Well,
right?
yeah, provided you don't have a very complicated situation. Like if we had a life and death battle here start up again, it's not completely out of the question. Then he would want to have more.
I did not bring my heart pills. I don't actually have heart pills. People don't. somebody asked me, do you really
Someone's going to give you a supply, right?
Somebody asked me on Facebook because I'd said that. So no, I do not have heart pills. I don't actually. This is a joke. But it is exciting. That is, I am not joking about. It is really exciting because, again, I am at the same place I was yesterday, which is I don't. It sounds to me like you're feeling it's a little. The White is.
I'm still in the process of.
You're still in the
checking
process,
that.
all right? You're not
I'm not
going to get you to come in, all right?
Right.
I was trying to sneak up on you with that,
yeah.
wasn't I? And you're not going for that.
Well, I was going to say that the comparison of this move and this move. There's no real territorial difference between this and playing the Hanetsuri next.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, and then another peep.
That's an interesting attack, yes.
That kind of fixes his problem, doesn't it?
Now, how will White answer that? That's the question.
We hadn't even looked at that, had we?
I hadn't looked at that move. Well, if White plays here, it could be that Black is planning to play this forcing move. But it's not going to be forcing right now. Otherwise, Black could just not play that and start something here.
Because, right.
And I'm not sure what's going to happen when this happens. Because now he has an extra move. I was saying that this doesn't really work before this move. But now there's one extra move here which could make a difference. Look, I told you there could be a fight in the center.
Well, here's another question for the team, right? Does AlphaGo know or care that Lee Sedol is in time trouble?
Yeah, well, I can't answer that. I probably think maybe
Doesn't
no.
care? Doesn't care? It doesn't care, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's not something
because a human player would. A human player would completely start doing this stuff. Okay, this is great. We've got our expert in the crowd.
And so White played the safe move here.
Ah, okay. Ah, yes. Okay.
Now you see the right-hand side of White's group is all connected up.
Right.
Black has potential to cut off a few stones. But actually, the upper side is pretty big, too. To see how AlphaGo actually handles that.
Wow, and the clock is just ticking away.
So White has about 20 points here, and these two still add to, well, approximately 20 points. Actually, this exchange here has reduced White's territory slightly, but I'll still call it about 20 points. White still has the vicinity of 10 points here and an extra more than 6 points here, yeah. So that's, let's say white at some point plays here. Let's see, that's 20, 40, 50, about 66, 65 points.
65, okay.
And playing this move, it means that at the very least, black has one stone here. 10, 20, almost 40 points, 50 points, 55 points, and 60 points. So I was saying white had a vicinity of 65. So that's going to be pretty close.
We might get our half-point
It's
game.
within the, yeah, that was sort of a very, I haven't even counted the potential here.
Oh, for the...
That's not a very precise count that I just did. And it's within 2 or 3 points. So I think it's a pretty close game. I still would not know. And
This is always the part where in my own games, or in the games when I'm recording, top amateur games, when I get the most nervous, because this entire game has been, again, on this, use whatever metaphor, sumo wrestlers, knife edge, whatever, but there's simply no, because you're talking about a couple of points here, so there simply is no margin for error at this point.
Right, exactly.
I mean, this is the game. Every single move counts. So it's phenomenal. And
Yeah.
and
Well, it's true almost all the time in top games.
right. But speaking of so you went ahead and do that, yeah.
So now this is, let's see, has it captured those white stones? Maybe and maybe not. Like white plays here. Let's try to settle this problem locally. If black plays something on the left side here, white will push through, and black covers, white cuts. White has 3 liberties, and black only has 2. So
Okay.
white will win this one. So black plays something on this side, and white can play here. Black plays here, right? And let's have white play once here. Did I surprise you there?
Yes, you did. I thought it was a slip-o.
And
Oh,
then
I
here.
see where you're going with
And
this,
then
you
here.
clever devil. Oh, that is.
So that's a disaster. So that would be bad for black. Yeah. But the problem, why is this not going to happen? That's the question. One of the problems is there's the question of whether this is a forcing move or not.
right.
Because now white can connect these stones up. But black can push through here. And there's the cutting point here and here,
Right.
which is going to be trouble for white. So maybe white cannot do that quite yet. So let's see how this turns out.
I'm not standing up because when I stood up yesterday, I wound up standing in front of the board.
Yeah, you were standing right in front of
I'm
the... I
staying-
almost told you to get out of the way. I should have told you.
I'm
Yes.
staying back here.
And so white left it for the time being because, as I pointed out, it's sort of dangerous. So white starts with this. This is a really big move. And the good thing about this move is that black is still sort of weak here. Like if black pushes...
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I can go ahead.
Is white just
Well, white would like to save these stones, but as I showed you, black
Yeah,
will counter
yeah,
with
yeah,
this.
yeah.
For the time being, it's dangerous for white. What white needs to do is sort of fix up his shape a little bit here, and this move will come back.
Okay.
Now, the whole, let's say black puts a stone in here. This whole area is only worth about 10 points, or maybe even 9 points or something like that. Of course, black will try to do something a bit more efficient, but still, it's about 10 points difference there. This move here is really big. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
If black moves like this, white can push through. Black has to be really careful here because there's a hole in his wall here. This would be bad. This would be more than 15 points loss. Black might try to push through here. If white answers, then black can play here. This way, black can more successfully close white off. However, maybe white will not answer underneath. Oh, he's doing it. So the question is there a move like this? Is it possible? You know, offhand, I don't really know the answer to that. Let's try it. Let's try something like this, maybe something like this. Now, this is going to be a fairly complicated fight. What do you think? Of course, there's all these
this looks good
stuff
for
in
white.
the center. It looks sort of good for white.
Looks good for white.
It's something that white might want to try. This would be the normal move, though. Oh, he did that. And so now black can play here. Now, locally, the Yosei would continue like this.
And then play away.
And, oh, well, if white plays this one, he's going to continue with this.
Wow. Lee Sedol is down to his last 45 seconds.
Well, he has overtime, like
no, I know. It's just
the overtime is better than the 45 seconds.
right.
And so, just to clarify, you said 3 periods of 60 seconds, right? That means that he has 60 seconds, and provided he plays within 60 seconds,
That's right.
then he still has 3 periods. If he goes over 60 seconds, then he loses 1 period, then he has 2 periods left.
Right.
And so if he goes over 60 seconds on the final period, then he's running out of time.
Right.
Yeah. And that forfeits the game.
Has he ever lost on time in his career?
I don't know of Lee Sedol losing by time. I haven't
don't.
really checked that out. It's not a big deal for me.
Yeah. It's not a common thing in pro games.
It happens. It happens
Really?
because you get engrossed. If you start thinking, then you sort of lose contact with the general
I
world.
mean, I do, but
Yeah, I even lose contact sometimes when I'm trying to comment a game and I get involved.
we'll put you on a clock.
And so yeah, it's easy to get involved in the game and sort of just lose your hearing ability of the second.
Oh, that's how we lost a sequence, the J2, J3 sequence.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah, because we got so
J1.
wrapped up. J1, yeah, J1, J1, K2. I got yelled.
You got it wrong, but it's close enough. It was J2, J1, or something like that. I'm not sure which one it was though.
Anyway,
It was the second line.
I don't
and
want
the
to
first
think
line.
about it.
And there was another one we missed that no one caught.
Oh, then we won't mention that one at all.
But that was because we don't have the moves out.
So can I just say I have no idea what the count is now? I have completely
let's
lost
see,
track of everything.
It's changed.
It's
It's
changed.
going to change every time. And there's potential for white to reduce black a little bit more there. Let's call that black territory. Let's see. Let's take a look at the whole black territory again.
And
Let's just
White's
have a
gonna play-
relatively simple endgame series like this. I'm not sure that white's going to do it this way, but eventually we can say that maybe it's going to be sort of like this. It's not good for white to play all these moves before this area is settled, but
Right.
eventually we might get something like this.
black did.
It's about 28, about 30 points,
Okay.
plus this. So that's 35, and let's call this 10 points, 45, 50. Black has about 60 points. I'm still being a bit vague, but allow me to say it's about
All right.
60 points. And we're going to have this area settled with this being dying and white being a bit reinforced here.
Right.
So we'll say that that's settled.
And this big move.
So this is
still on
20,
the board.
40, 50. This is the last big move. White has about 65 points too. So I'm thinking that white has a lead in territory now.
Wow. So here's another question for the team. Assuming that AlphaGo can read, I wonder at what point.
Didn't they say it's constantly evaluating the game?
Yeah.
And so it knows.
It knows what
Yeah,
they
it has a good idea of which side is ahead. We should ask it maybe.
We should. Can we find out? Can we find out? No?
They can't tell us.
You count.
White pushed through.
Yeah.
And there's this problem here. Locally, as I pointed out, there is this problem with white playing here. If we assume a black move here, then that's just not going to work. You don't need that variation again?
Nope, I got that.
This
kind of stuff I can see for some reason. I don't know why.
Very good.
Yeah.
And then, but there's the weakness of white here. So that's a
worried
problem.
about that.
Yeah, you should be. So I wouldn't think that white is going to actually do that. But white, this is a kind of a nuance. It's kind of something that white's looking at on the side there. But is not going to do right now. Oh, he did do it. Oh,
that's right. He's in
his 3 periods of overtime.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually doing that. Maybe he's going to throw away these 4 stones.
Ah. Okay. And that.
So if black plays here, and now let's see, how many ways can white do this? Maybe it's better for white to start from this move.
This one here.
It's the same thing, basically. No. Maybe it's better for white to start with that move. And there is some added value here. The whole black group here is going to be in a kind of a Demis-Murray. Let's take a look at that. Let's say that white plays here. It's black's move right now. AlphaGo is deciding what to do with these 3 stones. Let's say white plays here.
Okay.
Now there's going to be some Demis-Murray here. Let's say that this kind of thing happens. There is some potential here somehow, I think. Let's see if I can work something out. There's this cut here. Oh, but that makes bad news for white here. So that would not be good.
This is.
It doesn't work. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm taking that back.
Okay.
That's sweet, but white's going to save these stones and maybe throw away these stones. I wasn't expecting him to do that, but that's what AlphaGo connected. And white plays here. This is profit for white. So white saved the group here. I was thinking that black would be playing this way to try to get something on this side.
They play the straightforward way.
Well, now this white group, black pushes through. White can just connect here.
Right.
And this is all connected up. If black plays this move, which is another kind of shape, white can play here and play here.
Extend, right.
Yeah. Let's see, any other moves that black can think of playing? If black plays here, this is sort of a tesuji, but white just connects on this side.
Right.
And since this is forcing, it's going to be okay. So this looks like white saved his stones without paying anything for it.
So
this is going to be like, well, this is forcing for white. So
I was going to ask a little while ago, it didn't seem like AlphaGo had made any mistakes or even any slow moves.
Well, I'm so involved in explaining why they made the moves.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble
I'm wondering,
telling you.
Setting up the...
Against here,
right,
and cut here. This would be bad for white.
Right. No, so white has
white
to play
needs to put a stone
mode.
in.
Yeah.
White can put a stone in maybe here, and black would continue maybe with a peep here. So black is getting a few extra points here by forcing white to connect up.
But then he's getting these stones back.
White gets this one. He already has saved those stones. These are saved already. They're saved already at this point. It's a hanging connection. Basically because black played here and didn't try to cut.
I see. Wow. Yeah. So he really did.
So white has this is the normal move because it does get 2 points here. Otherwise white can play here, which is a kind of a bad shape, but it's another way white can shape, can protect. Let's take another look at the territory. 30, 40, about 48, and that's about 7, so it's 55. And I'm having trouble really counting. Let's call this 10 points.
Less than 10 points. Good enough. Good enough.
Looks like black's going to get to this point.
So white's not good. Okay.
So what did I say black has?
I don't know. I'm looking at his clock. He's down to 16 seconds.
That's no
That's
problem.
60.
He still has 2 time periods.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So black has somewhere around 65
60,
points.
60, 65.
No.
Okay. Black has 65. Mm-hmm. And what do we say white?
This is 20.
Right.
These two add to about, make that 40.
Okay.
That's less than 20, so it's something like 16 maybe.
Okay. 40.
56.
56.
Oh, so maybe it's not that good for white. But there's still a lot of stuff here that I haven't really counted. This is a big move too, so maybe it's not as good for white as I thought. It looks like it's still going to be a close game. So that count was about 10 points for black, but it was more than enough for the komi. But it's still sort of very vague. And white played here. White's trying to protect with sente. It's probably a better move. Like if black plays here, white is trying to get sente to get to this side, which is a really big move. Now if black plays here, white can counter with this one. And black just has too many cutting points here. Like if black connects this here and capture the stone. White might have to adjust this stone a little bit though, to make that work. It might be safer to have this stone on the second line.
Yeah, black honeyed over the top.
Yeah, so I was thinking of taking sente here and playing on the lower side.
I'm sorry, so you're saying the here rather than here?
Well, in the variation here that I was showing here were an issue.
Right.
So when something like this happens, let's just show you that. Black.
Right.
We can have some trouble, something like this could happen. And something like this could happen. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be a white stone. Yeah. Something like this, and something like this would suddenly be a of the Demis here.
Oh, did he lose a period? I don't see their periods.
He's on his last.
He's on his last 1 minute.
Right. I think you see it in the dots underneath the white stone symbol.
Okay.
Right next to the time.
Gotcha. So
that blue dot is his last time period.
Wow. Okay, now I'm officially nervous.
Yeah, well, that's a sign that he's really having a hard time working out all the variations, because usually players like to leave more than one time period.
Yeah.
And he's using all the time he can at this point because it's a kind of a decisive point of the game. He can't afford to make a mistake at this point. And he's probably still not sure. I'm not, Sedol is not sure of the outcome too. But this is sort of what I expected him to do.
Man, you see how close that was? That was the last.
Well, that was under his control. He wasn't. It wasn't as if he happened to manage to play it in time. He was doing. He was using up the full minute, and he was not thinking about this move. He was thinking about. Yeah. He probably had decided to play this move about a minute ago.
Right.
But all of this stuff in the center and all the yosei elsewhere on the board.
And that's what he's thinking about right now on AlphaGo's time.
And the fact that he's thinking so focusedly on that is a kind of a signal that he's not really sure. I have the feeling that Lee Sedol is not really sure yet at this point. Although he probably had, I had the feeling, and maybe Lee Sedol also had the feeling that maybe black is ahead at some point here. This center fight here and very small differences in that. It's a close enough game that that would make a difference.
Right.
So now locally black's going to be able to force with something like this. So this is the way we would usually count white's territory. We don't really know what's going to happen in the center yet.
All right, so we are, I think, we're certainly getting into the final stages of this round 2 game in the Google DeepMind Challenge. We've got Lee Sedol, who's in his final period of overtime. We are pretty far into endgame. AlphaGo.
The game is looking pretty close.
The game is it's been looking close for it feels like 100 moves.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true.
I mean, even though there's been, oh yes, that would be, thank you. I think, thank you.
Yeah, severely in need of water. Excuse me.
Excuse me. I mean, this is an exciting game that just keeps getting more and more exciting, and now we've added on the extra element of one of the players, the human player, in overtime. I think we're missing a.
Black played here and white just played here.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. And it just always makes me so nervous when a player is in the last period of overtime, because you don't want to see that flag fall and lose on time. It's just, yeah, to me, and I know it's part of the game. I know it is, and I don't have a problem with it, but it just feels like a smudge on a otherwise beautiful artwork. That's just me, I guess, but.
The reading here is elementary.
Yeah.
Whether it is the correct sequence for black is something that I wasn't sure.
Wow, I wonder how things are in the Korean commentary room.
Oh, well, they probably have someone who's really good at counting.
Maybe somebody who's just doing the counting.
Want to take a look at I think it's going to happen in the center.
Yeah.
They're fighting a ko here, so black has the option of taking the ko first. But locally, I think black's going to play here and connect here.
Here we go. Peeping. I was just wondering
you
about
went
this.
to
The
the peep.
peeping. Yeah. Does that work?
In the peep, white's going to connect here.
Of course.
Black cuts here.
Right.
White plays here.
Okay.
This and this are mia.
I see.
Here.
Okay.
White takes the one stone.
Okay.
And black can cut this thing off. So there is that's a big yosei move, actually.
Oh, that's a nice sequence.
Now I'm going to show you what I thought was going to happen. I wasn't expecting that. I thought black would play here.
Right.
And here. And black is saving the important stones on both sides. So I thought that this was looking better, actually. But that's not how the computer chose to play.
Well, it's an exciting end to an exciting.
So now playing here would be bad, because that would just be, this exchange would just be a bad exchange. So black's going to cut here. And I think even though black can cut this one stone off, white does not want to play here. I think white wants to play here. So this is sort of what I'm expecting.
So this is this. So white knows that he's going to extend. He's just using the time.
All of the moves here are sort of forced.
Right.
You know, Lee Sedol's not looking very happy right now.
No, he's not been looking happy for about 10 minutes, actually. I thought I actually saw some sweat, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I could be wrong. It could just be the light. Maybe,
No,
maybe
yeah.
it's just me.
Black does need to save these 2 stones. Now, if AlphaGo plays here, that's an easy way to save these 2 stones. But he doesn't get anything extra.
Right.
So I think at this point, AlphaGo, he hasn't played this exchange yet. AlphaGo wants to maybe play here. When Black plays here, he has to continue. He can't just leave it and allow White. For the time being, White can push through here, but would not get any profit because White has to come back here, and Black can cut anyway.
Right.
So once Black is played here, White will protect. Black will want to continue to play like this.
Okay, there we go.
And oh yeah, that's happening.
This is all...
Now we see this Black territory in the center has expanded a great deal. I wasn't expecting Black to get
That was
any
nicely
territory
played,
this big.
right?
That area was something that it's a difficult area to count. I didn't really expect Black to get that much territory. My gut feeling is that Black has taken the lead, maybe. Maybe I can try to count.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a count.
Okay, 10, 20.
He just cut.
So that's 62 points, I think. I'll count it again just to be sure. So let's call this Black territory 62 points.
Okay.
So that's 7 or 8 points, so it's 69 or 70. And I haven't been counting this point, so that's at least 70 with this point. This is almost 10 points. 62, 70, 80, 80.
80.
About 80 points. White has about 20 in these 2, 20 here. And this is closer to 45, 65. Yeah, it looks like with this sequence in the center, I think Black has taken the lead.
So Black can also cut these off.
Well, he can. For the time being, this is bigger.
It's bigger.
And White can stop that with this move.
Right.
But there's a drawback in that now Black can squeeze the whole thing, reducing White's territory here, because White's going to be putting stones all the way in here.
Right.
And getting these moves, which are at least 1 point, potentially 1 point difference, 1 or 2 points. So that's a nice squeeze that Black gets anyway. So what White would do would White would like to play all the important points and play this, which is a 4 point difference in White's territory already, and maybe a 1 point difference in Black's. And since that was Sente for Black, a Sente 5 point is about the same size as a Gote 10 point move. Forcing moves on the upper side.
I think it just happened.
AlphaGo is not played yet after this move.
But something happened.
Oh, AlphaGo played this one. I thought this would be forcing. This might be a case of AlphaGo playing a move that is not the optimum move.
Because he thinks it's...
Because it thinks it's winning.
Right.
This is about slightly more than 10 points. He's not answering you. The upper side is pretty big. I think if you calculate Sente and Gote into it, the upper side is a bigger move than this one.
He went the other way.
This way, yeah?
Yeah.
That works too. That's probably a bigger move. And now actually White can capture the Black stones here. So that wasn't really a good move by AlphaGo. If White wants to, he can capture these Black stones. That's a 12-point move in itself. But actually, this is a chance for Lee Sedol to start a call maybe, if he pushes through here. which would be exciting. You know, where are the
stones? He just took the
I
stones.
just took the stones. I think white has profited in this exchange.
Man, you are you're under the gun. I mean, you're having to make these really.
Well, it's a completely different calculation now.
Yeah.
I have to count the territory once more.
Wow.
I'm getting a workout here.
Yeah, I said that. That was what I was trying to say. Thank you. Because it's constantly shifting. It's constantly shifting, and he's having to make these under these.
It's still 6. Black's territory here is the same. Let's count it again.
Yes, let's. And by let's, I mean go ahead.
It's 62 points. That's strange. Sometimes I have these persistent hallucinations that I can't fix. That's 61 points. Okay. Oh, 61 points. It's about 8 points. It's still close to 70, 80.
No, he did not look happy about that.
86, 8, almost 90. Who did?
Lee Sedol.
61, 70. Black has in the vicinity of 90 points. Have any moves being played?
I'm sorry, this one here. This one here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's big. And white has less than 80. So it still looks like it's about a 10-point difference. I think that it was maybe in a case of AlphaGo playing a move that looks bad to me and is probably not the optimal move because it thinks it has a winning position. Because it thinks it's good enough to really get, yeah. Well, you know, when they say that it thinks that it has a better winning percentage, I have trouble seeing why a bad move would have a better winning percentage than a good move. But
we'll get the guys back.
That's my human
we'll talk about it.
weakness, I guess. I think I talked about this move at some point.
There's some play around here.
Well, black just pulled out here. This is sort of this is going to reduce white's potential in that area. Because white, in order to stop black from playing this move, which is sort of nice, white has to play an Atari here. If white plays that Atari there, now that's going to help black sort of close off the side here when he wants to.
Right, and he's going to get a few more points here.
And we can still see that white does have the 2-eye shape here, more or less. So it's not as if white's going to die.
Right.
But black is playing some nice endgame moves here. Oh, white did play the Atari. Okay. Everything is going as I am foreseeing, of course, naturally. I could show you something interesting on the upper side. I think the game is going to be, since Lee Sedol is in his overtime now, we can sort of count, I thought we could count on him and play each move, using a minute for each move maybe. But he's getting a bit quicker.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to have to stay with him. Because
There is one thing on the upper side. Some people would be tempted to play this Atari and force white to capture these black stones. The weakness is that when white plays an Atari here, there's some problem with the black territory. Because if black connects, white can play here. And black's in Demis.
Oh, that is very cool.
So that's a...
You just had to show me that, didn't you?
I just wanted to do that. Yeah. I like these things.
Yeah, it worked. That's beautiful.
So that's why black's not playing that forcing move.
Right. That's very cool.
Black played here. Now again, white has to be careful about his eyes. If black cuts here, white will play here. Black will play something like this. White only full side.
Yes.
When these stones come under attack, white has to connect here. So that's
I want to.
Yeah, it's almost there. Maybe here. Yeah. Okay, some more forcing moves for black. It's about time for black to start playing this kind of thing, which is okay. And something like this is the kind of shape that we can expect. And then there's the question of, is black going to use an extra move to play here, or to play here, or actually that move at b5 there is a pretty big move. Yeah. This would be a gyaku yosei, or a reverse yosei, a reverse sente, because this is a sente yosei for white. Actually, it's not very big yet. It's not as big as the other points that I was pointing out.
I can't tell anymore if it's.
What? What can you tell? Didn't I just tell you that black's ahead? I think black's ahead at this point.
So then,
are you looking shocked? Well, white has about 75, in the vicinity of 75 points of territory. Black has 61 here, about 7 points, let's say, here, and then 10 points here. So that's already 82, and then about 10 more points. So black's around somewhere in the vicinity of 90 points.
Right. So black has 90.
And white has less than 80 for sure. So it's more than 10 points on the board.
More than 10 points on the board.
There's still some,
even minus the Comey, it's still a handful.
Yeah, there's still some end game moves that I don't really understand yet. Yeah. Once black has played this move, we can expect black to continue with this. And then this will be forcing for white locally. And then that corner will be big. That's 61, 68, 70, 80. And now black's more than 90. It's more like 93.4. Because black played this move in the center. And white still has less than 80. Yeah, so it's clearly a win for black.
Right.
And I think the decisive point, I think Lee Sedol must have missed this sequence. And at first I thought that the upper side was bigger, but it's really a lot of territory here.
Wow.
Now I was saying this is a big point, but actually black will answer it immediately by playing here. And it's not so decisive. It was playing this. Black does have the forcing move here, so it's not so important.
Wow, it's just another really strong, strong game from both. I mean, we'll have to, right there.
Yeah, this sequence here was, like I was saying, sequences like that in the center are easy to miss because each position in the center is pretty unique. You don't have the same position in a different game, so it's pure reading ability. And AlphaGo is showing an ability to see these moves.
That was a sharp move.
It was a sharp move.
Really, really sharp. And it was just.
And I got to admit, I was expecting something else. So
yeah.
Very well played. Oh yeah. Well, this happened as I expected.
Yeah. Now it's just getting down to routine. Do you think that that he missed it because of what you're saying about the area, or also perhaps he's been under time pressure for?
It was partly the time pressure. I don't think Lee Sedol actually had enough time to read out all the variations here, and he was more concerned about when to get to this. This was a large point that he had to get to.
Right.
Which means that maybe he was behind already.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I sort of don't like the move where white saved these stones, actually. I thought it was fairly small. But I don't, at this point, I'm not sure that white could have won playing some other moves either.
right.
This is going to be a forcing sequence for white.
Well, folks, sort of a dramatic ending to a dramatic game, I'm going to say. It really was.
I'm still watching the moves, but yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. The game is coming to an end now. It looks like they're going to play it to the end.
Wow, and I'm confident of your counting.
Oh, thank you.
Another win for AlphaGo. It's okay. Well, that's
Forcing.
Yep. It'll just have been another stunning performance. I don't think we saw any.
Well, look, AlphaGo is in overtime.
Whoa.
You're not going to get nervous about AlphaGo's Byomi?
I don't think AlphaGo is going to even lose one of its periods. I think it's the one thing I can, especially at this point.
By the way, Byoyomi is second reading in Japanese.
Second
it
reading.
just came out sort of naturally.
Yeah.
They haven't resolved this ko here. You're standing up again, Chris.
Yeah.
You okay?
I know.
You're getting too excited. They haven't finished the ko here. It's because AlphaGo is ahead, maybe. It's just not bothering with complicated stuff.
Right.
But pretty soon it would be usually considered a necessary move to take this ko and force white to connect there.
Right.
Yeah.
Play on Dame. Cover that.
Yeah, so black connected here. Now it's white's move. So actually, after playing this, here, it's about time for white to think of taking this stone, which would be a pretty big move.
It's worth.
It looks, well, it's just it's 1 point here, 1.5 points here, and then let's see. 1 1/3 points here, so it's 2 5 6, and then you see there's the cut here,
That's right.
which sort of depends on the ko here.
Right.
Like if we say if we put it like this, the ko here. You know, it's a horrible fraction. You don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it. I really don't. Begging you, killing me. Black played somewhere.
White pushed through here and black answered it.
Right.
Yeah, naturally.
Okay, right.
And apart from the ko here, or the connection, There's another big move, which is here.
Yes, yes, yes.
And, well, that's it. It's just this move. This would usually be played by black, either way, either capturing or connecting. The other big move is here.
I think here, right?
And you know, it looks like black can capture this stone by coming here. And then this is a forcing move, and then cutting. This would be the one-way blit that Lee Sedol could win, you know, because then white would take the corner like to happen, I don't think.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. You played that.
So this is big, right? And now it's about time for black to either take the ko or connect here, which is pretty big. It's in the vicinity of about 3 points. Apart from that, there's just some, everything is 1 point, 1 point going along, you know. Moves like this is forcing 1 point moves. Moves around this move here, this one. And this is sort of forcing. And finishing off the 3 point territory here with something like this, or actually playing this was better. This is a pretty big move. This is bigger than anything else on the board, apart from connecting and sente.
So if we call this for AlphaGo, that's 2-0.
Oh,
and then
AlphaGo took once. White will be answering here. Oh, this way, okay. Yeah, maybe that's better. And let's see. Apart from this, still this is the biggest move. We're approaching the end of the game now.
There's not a lot.
So we get
left.
to see the Fan Hui
do
count
the
the game,
Chinese
maybe.
counting,
Do the Chinese count.
yeah.
Some people, the Go players who are used to Korean or Japanese rules might be a bit shocked, you know, when he takes.
Well, you can explain that when he's doing it.
Well, I'll tell you in advance that what Fan Hui is going to do when he counts the game is going to be valid, and the result will be generally it's the same win-loss result as the Japanese or Korean rules would give.
Generally?
Almost always.
Okay.
In this game, it will be the same result. There are some exceptional cases in which case you could get a different result, but they're very rare. And then sometimes, just because of the difference in the way you count it, there's sometimes a slight difference in the difference, but it is it's organized so that it doesn't change the win-loss record. Like a half point, win for black could be translated into a 1/2 point win for black, but it's never translated into a 1/2 point win for white. Now, once black has played this, AlphaGo will continue to play one more move in the area. This would do, or coming down here first would do. It's good for, once black has played this exchange, it's good for black to continue here.
So do you think it's as much as, what, 4?
I think it's more than 10 points on the board.
Well, it's going to be sort of like 4 or 5 points.
You mean after Komi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. It's a nice looking watch he's got there.
It looks like he has an expensive watch, yeah.
So what's your feeling in this game? What's your analysis? We got a little.
Well, you know, I was really impressed by the way AlphaGo played in the early parts of the game, and that's a big difference from how I felt about it in October.
Right.
Well, I didn't see it in October. I saw those about a month
January,
ago. I guess.
yeah.
Well, yeah. But compared to those games, it's playing a very it's playing much more aggressively and playing much more to a whole board position with innovative type of moves.
This move
and taking control of the game. just throughout the beginning of the game. Playing moves that look sort of unusual, like the shoulder hit here.
That was a gorgeous
that
move.
actually worked pretty well.
Yeah, I felt like
it was taking the offensive, sort of. Look, AlphaGo's running low on time right now, so only 30 seconds left. Yeah, and so it's continued here. Now, the worst thing to do would be to play this much and then leave the position, because then White, oh, he resigned. It looks like Lee Sedol has just resigned, actually.
Yep.
So AlphaGo is 1, and we don't get to see the Chinese way of counting the game.
Okay. Well, congratulations are due to AlphaGo. Work, guys.
I think there might be an announcement coming up, so
we'll look for
maybe
that.
we should wait for that.
An official announcement, yeah.
대부분
Yeah, they're looking at that section there. So we'll be wrapping up at some point when I'm given my marching
Here they go.
orders.
Let's listen to the
we go.
announcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we will wrap up here. AlphaGo scores another win. An exciting game that I'm sure people are going to be analyzing and discussing for a long time. Thank you, Michael, for this was really long, tough analysis. So,
oh, really?
yeah,
I enjoyed it.
I know, of course. It's your mate, so thank you for that. We'll be back. We have a rest day, and then we'll be back, and Lee Sedol will be under the gun. He'll have to win 3 straight. So we'll
win three straight now.
The entire DeepMind team. Congratulations to Lee Sedol for a hard-fought game, and thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you on, I think it's Friday. Yes, is that right? Yes. Okay. Anyway, Chris Garlock, Michael Redmond signing off.
Thank you.
as yesterday. So we'll hear from Demis and Lee Sedol, then from the commentators, and then we'll open it up to questions. So Demis, do you want to start us off?
Well, I think I'm a bit speechless, actually. It was a really amazing game today, unbelievably exciting and incredibly tense. I think it's testament to Lee Sedol's incredible skills, and it was a very exciting match. We were very quite surprising and quite beautiful moves, according to the commentators, which was pretty amazing to see.
네, 굉장히 훌륭한 대국이 진행이 되었다라고 생각합니다. 그 끝내기까지 긴장감이 팽팽 대국이었습니다. 이는 이세돌 구단의 정말 뛰어난 기력에 기인했다라고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 알파고도 놀랍고 해설위원들의 말하지 못했었던 여러 변칙적인 수를 둠으로써 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 아주 흥미진진한 대국이 되었던 것 같습니다.
앞섰다 이런 적이 한 번도 없었던 것 같습니다. 그리고 특별히 뭐 이상한 점도 발견하지 못했고요. 어제 과정에서는 조금 그래도 문제점이 있지 않나 싶었는데 오늘은 정말 알파고의 완승이고 완벽한 대국이 아니었나, 알파고가 완벽한 대국을 펼치지 않았나 싶습니다.
Yesterday I was surprised, but today, more than that, I am quite speechless. I would have to say, if you look at the way the game was played, I admit that it was a very clear loss on my part. From the very beginning of the game, that was not a moment in time that I felt that I was leading the game. Yesterday, I did, as I was playing the game, felt that AlphaGo had placed certain problematic positions, but today I really feel that AlphaGo had played a near perfect game. There was not a moment that I felt that AlphaGo's moves were unreasonable.
Thank you. I'll invite the commentators up now to say a few words.
I'm the commentator for the match. I was in this very interested to see how AlphaGo would be playing with black, because it's a different game than playing with white in that the black player has first move and should be able to take more control of the game. Differently from the games played in October, I was very, very impressed by the way AlphaGo did play some innovative and adventurous, dangerous-looking moves that actually made them work. And of course, even before AlphaGo was very strong in the middle game and going on to the end game, I think that ability is being extended also. So I was very impressed by a beautiful game that AlphaGo played. Thank you.
네, 저는 해설위원 마이클 레드먼드입니다. 두 번째 대국을 지켜보았던 제 마음은 알파고가 흙을 잡았기 때문에 포석을 어떻게 짜나가 굉장히 궁금했습니다. 그런데 10월 달과는 다르게 제가 오늘 알파고의 이 대국을 보면서 굉장히 깊은 인상을 받았습니다. 혁신적이고 모험적이고 그리고 때로는 위험할 것 같은 수를 두면서 성공으로 이끌어 나가는 것을 볼 수 있었고요. 중반부, 후반부 큰 능력, 큰 실력을 가지고 있다라는 것을 느꼈고, 알파고가 바둑을 두는 이 기풍이 아름다웠다라는 생각까지 했습니다.
네, 오늘 해설을 맡은 유창혁 구단입니다. 오늘 경기를 보면은 어떻든 어제하고 좀 다르게 이세돌 구단이 좀 너무 안전하게 승마를 한 것이 아닌가 하는 생각이 좀 들고요. 그리고 끝내기 부분에 좀 문제점이 있다고 생각했는데 오늘은 끝내기에서 너무 잘 둬서 정말 깜짝.
I am Yu Chang-hyun. As I was observing today's game, unlike yesterday, I felt that Lee Sedol had played on a more safer side. yesterday when I was watching the game, I felt that AlphaGo had some weaknesses in the end game, but today I was able to see that AlphaGo had done a great job, even in the end game.
Thank you. We'll take 3 questions from this room. We don't have any from the other. So we can start with this lady here in the green jumper. We've got a mic over this side. It's just coming through to you now.
네, 안녕하세요. 한국경제신문 추가영 기자입니다. 어제 이세돌 구단께서 불개패를 선언하기 30분 전에 딥마인드가 이미 승부에 대해서 예측을 확신을 하고 있었다는 보도가 나왔는데요. 어제 1국과 오늘 2국에서 언제 승리를 확신하셨는지 궁금합니다.
I am from Korea Economic Daily. There was a press article that said that yesterday, DeepMind, even 30 minutes before the end of the game, was quite sure of the win of AlphaGo. For today, I would like to understand for the second game, at what point in time were you certain of winning the game?
Well, you know, AlphaGo has an estimate all the way through the game of how it thinks it's doing. It's not always correct, though, of course. For this game, AlphaGo was pretty confident, but in the middle, it was about even, and then towards second half of the game, it got more confident. The team wasn't very confident because all the professional commentators were changing their minds and unsure. So, but AlphaGo was steadily more confident as the game went on. So AlphaGo seemed to know what was happening.
네, 알파고는 바둑 경기를 진행을 하면서 본인이 이번 대국에서 승산이 어떨지 이길지 질지에 대한 그러한 추정을 본인이 진행을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 꽤 어느 정도의 확신과 자신감을 가지고 진행을 하게 되는데요. 한 중반부 정도까지는 한 반반 정도 동등한 경기가 이루어지고 있다라고 생각을 했고, 알파고가 후반부에 돌입을 하면서 더 자신감을 확신을 갖게 된 것 같습니다. 그런데 저희 팀원들은 사실 해설위원들께서도 의견이 분분했고 현재 형세를 잘 모르겠다라고 확신을 하기 어려운 부분이 있다라고 얘기를 하셨는데, 그래서 저희들 같은 경우는 잘 몰랐습니다만 알파고 스스로는 이 경기가 진행이 되면서 후반부로 치달으면서 끝내기로 가면서 훨씬 더 점점 더 확신을 한 것 같다라는 생각이 듭니다.
Next question, number 4, and if you could please stand up when you are.
알파고의 약점은 도대체 뭔지 그게 궁금합니다. 2번의 대국을 치렀는데 계속 해설위원이 이게 약점인 것 같다, 저게 약점이라고 했는데 도대체 뭐가 약점인지 좀 알고 싶습니다.
So what is the weakness of AlphaGo? We've played 2 games now, and after the first game, people thought that certain things were the weakness of AlphaGo, but in the second game, it seemed as if that wasn't the case. So what is truly the weakness of AlphaGo?
제가 말하면 되나요? 글쎄요, 약점을 못 찾아가지고 2번 다신 것 같고요.
Well, I guess I lost the game because I wasn't able to find out what the weakness is.
You know, we when we do our evaluations, internal evaluations, obviously we have estimates of how strong AlphaGo is, but these matches because we don't know if there's something missing. We need somebody of the incredible skill of Lee Sedol to creatively explore to see what weaknesses AlphaGo maybe has, so we can see them. So you know, that's why we're having this match to find out.
저희가 내부적으로 평가를 합니다. 알파고의 어느 정도가 되는지 추정을 합니다. 바로 그렇기 때문에 이러한 대국과 실제로 겨뤄야지만 대국을 해야지만 알파고의 장점이 무엇이고 단점이 무엇인지를 저희가 알아낼 수 있습니다. 그러한 알파고의 장단점을 찾아내기 위해서 이러한 대전을 치르는 것입니다.
Okay, next question, we'll take this lady in the black jumper here. If you could stand up again.
네, 안녕하세요. 중국 텐센트 스포츠 기자 류시웬이라고 합니다. 일단 이세돌 구단한테 수고 많이 하셨습니다. 말씀 먼저 드리고 싶었는데요. 그리고 지금 중국에서도 이 경기를 계속 지켜보고 있습니다. 중국에 있는 전문가들이 를 보는 그런 생각을 가지고 있고요. 혹시 본인은 어떻게 생각하고 계시는지. 그리고요, 또 전술적으로 바둑 얘기할 때는 패를 한다는 그런 전술을 잘 쓰시는 패를 한다. 죄송합니다. 이거는 네, 그리고 제가 마지막에 약간 좀 실례가 될 수 있는 질문이지만 세 번째 경기에 대해서 혹시 자신감이 아직까지 넉넉하시는지. 네, 감사합니다. 네.
뭐 그게 나머지 질문은 잘 모르겠고요. 예, 마지막 질문에 답한다면 뭐 좀 이제 2대 0이고 쉽지는 않을 것 같습니다. 최소한 한 판은 이길 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠고요. 오늘 바둑으로 봤을 때 중반 이후로 넘어간다면 사실 어렵거든요. 그렇기 때문에 그 전에 좀 승부를 보는 쪽으로 가야만이 그래도 승리할 수 있는 확률이 좀 올라가지 않을까 싶습니다.
So I do not understand your second question, so I'm going to respond to your third question. You asked about what my predictions are for the third game. I would have to say that the third game is not going to be all that easy for me, but I am going to exert my best efforts so that I could win. As I was playing today's game, I kind of felt that things would get difficult after the mid-game, reaching closer to the end game. So I feel that for the next game, I would have to focus quite hard on the front part or the beginning part.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we'll close, so you're welcome to stay in the room till 7 p.m. and otherwise we'll see you on Saturday.
오늘 기자회견은 여기서 마치겠습니다.